Go ahead, call it.
Good afternoon. This is the Board of Appeals, Town of Hempstead, February 14th.
Folks, if you're going to have a conference, please do it outside because, we'd like to start the calendar.
Good afternoon. This is the Board of Appeals, Town of Hempstead, February 14th, 2024, 2 p.m. meeting. Mr. Chairman, do you have any opening remarks?
Briefly, for those of you who have not been here before, we start calling the cases. We're going to call adjournments first, and then we're going to call the regular calendar. The process is the applicant presents the case. If there are any objections, we'll give them the opportunity to voice their objections, and then we will call upon the applicant or the applicant's representative to sum up. We will then close the case. Some cases are decided today. Some cases will be decided next week, depending on the circumstances. We have a court reporter. All the proceedings are archived. They're live streamed so that if you want to look at them at a future date, be our guest. More than happy to do so. Start calling.
There are 4 requests for adjournments. The first one being 12824 Hewlett, 1204 WB LLC, variance in off-street parking, special exception to park in Residence B District, and permission to park in front yard setback on Franklin Avenue, convert existing dwelling to office building, demolish existing detached garage, also known as 1204 West Broadway. Please state your name and address for the record.
Good afternoon.
We were requesting an adjournment. There was some miscommunication between our client and our office regarding the mailings, and the mailings did not go out on time, so we respectfully request the next available hearing.
Okay.
Okay, that would be March 27th, 2024 at 2 p.m.
That will give you enough time. Okay.
If there's anyone else here on that,
That's
If
2
there's-
p.m.?
2 p.m.
Excuse me.
if there's anyone else here on this matter, you won't get a further notice. You might get another mailing, but just mark it on your calendar now because that'll be the date that's set now for that.
Yes,
At
2
2
p.m.
2 p.m.
Yes. You're welcome. Have a good day.
Our next application for adjournment is case 12924 Belmore, 2255 Center Avenue Group, LLC, waive off-street parking. Parking in the front yard setbacks on Royal Street and Center Avenue, and in the clear sight triangle with insufficient maneuvering aisle, existing office buildings, also known as 2255 Center Avenue. Please state your name and address for the record.
How much time do you think you'll need, sir?
April 17th, 2024 at 11 a.m.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The next application for adjournment.
Hold on. You here on this case? Okay. Come up.
You can come over here to this microphone. Will you make sure that's working? I was having trouble hearing.
I think you're standing too far.
Please
away.
state your name and address for the record.
Olushola Yodili.
You got to
Speak into the microphone, please.
Olushola Yodili,
Okay.
Address.
Address.
2620 Royal Street, Belmore, New York.
Okay.
He wanted to adjourn this case.
Okay, I didn't really hear him,
Oh.
so
Okay.
I wasn't sure what the decision on, and I want to make sure that I understand so I can better
Okay,
understand my
so
position.
the case has been rescheduled for April 17th at 11 a.m.,
Okay,
okay?
There was a
There was a
technical-
technical problem with the application, and he
okay,
has to rectify that,
And put it on your calendar now, but he will have to
You-
renotice it.
yes.
okay.
So you'll get a mailing also.
You'll get a new notice,
Okay.
but
And is it okay for me
Yeah.
to also put in
Oh, no, you're right.
information
Oh,
online?
I'm sorry. I
yes,
thought it said
we
my
accept
email.
emails,
My
we
bad.
accept
And
letters,
will that also carry enough weight?
We-
Will that
we-
carry adequate weight?
yes.
with
We
my-
review everything, including correspondence, okay?
Okay. I will try and be here, but I will also put in information through your website.
Okay, thank you.
Appreciate
Thank
it.
you.
Anyone else? There was another young man here? No? Same case? Yes. Okay.
Please state your name and address for the record.
Hi, Padraig Sheehan, 108 Mildred Place, Belmore. My first time with this, pardon me if I can. I hear the case is going to be adjourned to the 17th. I will
Correct.
not be able to make it, and given that this is a public hearing, how would I be able to communicate any documents that I have with regard to this case?
You can, you're not going to be able to be here on the
No, I will be out
17th?
of- I will be out of the country.
Well, you can submit whatever you like to the board prior to that day.
He can he upload documents to the
Yeah.
website too, right?
Yep. Yeah,
Do you have that email address? Can I get that from you, please?
okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
Don't entice him.
Okay, the next application for adjournment, case 318 to 319-23, Inwood, JJ&A Realty LLC, use variance to construct one-story warehouse with office not permitted in Residence C District, special exception to park in Residence C District and to park in front yard with variances for side yard and rear yard, install 6-foot-high fence forward of the building, formerly known as 58 Zavit Street.
Dominic Minerva and D'Agostino, 107 South Central Avenue, Valley Stream, New York, attorney for the applicant. Good afternoon, Chairman, members of the board.
Afternoon.
I am requesting a further adjournment of this case. My client was somewhat indecisive, but I believe he's now settled on a plan. I spoke to the architect this week.
That's good.
And he said
nice to
that he's
have
finalizing the plan, so we'll have that submitted shortly. I'm going to request a May date, just so I have enough time to have it re-reviewed. If there are any additional variances, update the filings. So if that's acceptable to the board, I request a May
3:18,
adjournment date.
19.
We have May 1st, 2024 at 2 p.m.
Is that long enough?
Yes.
Sure, okay.
I mean, when you said May 1st, I thought might be pulling.
It's May Day,
What time did it say?
Thank you.
2 p.m.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Oh, last adjournment. My.
And our last application for adjournment, 788 of 23 Franklin Square, Supreme Collision Concept Incorporated, variance and off-street parking, maintain addition, spray booth attached to existing auto body repair shop, also known as 735 Hempstead Turnpike. Please state your name and address for the record.
Thomas McKevitt, Son, Ward, Braff, Koblenz, Coscignano, 333 Earl Ovington Boulevard, Uniondale, New York, 11553. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board.
Afternoon.
This is actually John Farrell from my firm. It's his case. He actually had a court appearance this afternoon.
For those of you who need to communicate with one another, can you just step out, please, so we can hear? Thank you.
Mr. Farrell had a court appearance this afternoon, which was unanticipated, so he came and asked for adjournment today. Also sent notice to counsel of the board yesterday. I do understand, I believe the residents asked an adjournment for the last time. We are now making an application on our own motion. I request either April 17th or whatever subsequent date is convenient for the board.
We do have April 17th, 2024 at 2 p.m.
That works for us. Thank you.
See you then, Mr. McKevitt.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else?
Anyone else here on that
Is
case?
anyone else here on that case?
Oh, just a minute. There is someone else. Go ahead, ma'am.
Yes, Margaret Kelly, President of the Community League of Garden City South. The address is P.O. Box 7229, Garden City, New York, 11550. I have a problem with this only for a couple reasons. One, we were never notified that this was going to happen, this adjournment. And two,
One moment.
Well-
Whoever's talking in the back, could you guys just move outside? Because we're having trouble hearing her.
I think it is the outside.
Well, and they can stay busy outside.
So
We're busy in here,
the issue
too.
we have with this is that there's illegal spray painting going on of these vehicles at the time, and there's no way for us to stop this from happening. There's toxins going into the air, and our residents are breathing this all in, so we were hoping that this was going to be settled today. Since the last adjournment, or the last hearing, nothing has ceased.
Sorry, I want to be able to hear you.
Okay. I'm going to ask. Mr. McKevitt, will your client consent? You understand that all enforcement proceedings are presently stayed because the matter is currently before the board. Can you ask your client if he is spray painting not to do it?
Again, it's Mr. Farrell's case. I don't know the details. I'll convey it to Mr. Farrell at this point, but that's why I have it.
Tell you what I'm going to do, ma'am. You're going to speak to our counsel. She's going to give you my personal telephone number. And you're going to call me, because I live in that neighborhood. You're going to call me if they start spray painting.
Okay, Chairman?
You and anyone in your organization.
I appreciate that. However, he is in criminal court. He is in district court on spraying with the Nassau County Fire Marshals. And even being in court, it's been adjourned multiple times. That has not stopped him.
It's going to be final. It's going to be final.
It's too bad Mr. Farrell isn't here.
Yeah.
Threw you into the lion's
Yeah,
den,
yeah.
did he not?
Not the first time, won't be the last.
Not the first time any of us.
Mr. Chairman, I will convey to Mr. Farrell immediately your desire to comply.
Okay.
I will convey that today. Absolutely, man.
Okay.
Yeah, no, I understand.
McKevitt, can you come here for a moment? What is causing the wheat one?
All right. Notwithstanding the fact that we have a crowded calendar, we're going to put this case on for March 6th,
That's the soonest.
and there won't be any other adjournments, all right? You're okay with that?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, Ms. Chairman, we're okay with that. Again, I will convey the wishes of the board regarding this painting to my partner immediately and instruct
And he'll be ready.
the client, which he's instructed.
Yep.
March 6th, 2 PM here, Mr. Chairman.
Oh, wait a minute. Do you need him?
He's a traffic guy.
Can't be here.
How about the 27th then?
27th, no, it's too late. When's the next meeting after March 6th?
I get it.
13th?
What do we have? What do we have? I'm going to be away. Okay. Yep. All right, we're going to put the case on, we're going to put the case on for the 13th. That's the next available. Okay?
Okay, so, the case is being adjourned to the 13th. If you're here on this
2
case.
PM.
It's 2 PM, you won't get a mailed notice, and if there are other people you know who wish to come, then hopefully you guys can work out how to get the message to them, right? And if there are any other things that might be worked on between applicant and community, I don't know if there are ways that this can be mitigated, some kind of agreement reached. Because after all, he wants to enclose it, which might be a good thing, right, for the.
Oh, it's there, it's enclosed. It's just has not been permitted by the fire marshals, and it's not
Right.
allowed, it's too close to the
And
property.
if he legalizes it, the idea obviously would be that it complies with all the safety, emissions, et cetera, as required. But in any case, whoever you think wants to be here, they can submit in advance by the website, whatever they want to submit. You have Mr. McKevitt's phone number, so you can reach out.
Mr. Farrell.
I know, but,
I gave the information.
And
Okay.
they will have to change that sign again 21 days prior too, correct? To the correct date?
yes, I believe, don't, they need to.
Because that wasn't
Yeah.
done this time either.
Okay, so let them know.
Even though it may not be, the new sign posting may not be quote-unquote timely, because today's the 14th. What is the notification period for the sign?
21 days.
From March 13th, 2:15 to 2:22.
So tomorrow to the 22nd, so you should be able to get out there with a magic marker.
Absolutely.
Thank you,
All
Mr.
right, thank you,
McKevitt.
everyone.
Thank you.
Happy Valentine's Day, happy Ash Wednesday.
Happy Wednesday.
Okay, our first case is case 11524 to 11824 Uniondale, 261 Uniondale Avenue LLC, use variance, maintain auto sales office in a residence B district, use variance for outdoor display of automobiles in a residence
that's what he
B
said.
district,
Looks like it's...
waive off-street parking and parking in the front yard setbacks on Uniondale Avenue and Fayette Street, a portion of which is within the clear sight triangle. Special exception to park in a residence B district. Variances, side yard, rear yard, maintain addition to existing building, maintain 6-foot-high fence forward of building and within clear sight triangle on corner and at driveway, also known as 261 Uniondale Avenue.
Good afternoon, Chairman, members Christian Brown, McLaughlin and Stern, 1122 Franklin Avenue. We're also going to be asking for an adjournment on this matter. Brought on Mr. Nelson. We need a little bit of additional time to complete some research on the history of the property, so we can come back with a full presentation after we've done a little more due diligence.
Okay.
Okay,
Okay. Grace?
there's a lot going on there, though, Mr. Brown, so can you,
So it seems.
I mean, just,
Yes, that's why we need some additional time to go through the property records and so
Okay.
forth.
Anyone else here on this case? Come up, please.
that's why I pulled.
Do you understand what's going on, ma'am? The applicant asked for an adjournment. And ordinarily, first time the case is on, we generally grant the adjournments, all right?
Can you please put your name and address on the record?
Yes, my name is Elaine.
Speak into the microphone,
If you don't
please,
mind.
ma'am.
My name is Elaine Richards, and I live on 1037 Fayette Street in Uniondale, New York, 11553. I live on the block around from the, I live on the block right there by the car dealer. And it has not been easy for us on the block, because the block is a dead-end block. It's a dead-end block, and almost everyone who lives on that block drives. And they have vehicles that are parked there. The last van was parked there for 3 months. No tags, flat tires in front of our house.
Okay, so, we want to hear what you have to say about the merits of the case, but right now, we're only adjourning it. They want to do a little more research and provide some additional information. Did you sign in on the case?
Yes, I did.
Okay, so right now, we are proposing to give it a new date.
Okay.
What do we have, guys? Go ahead. Mr. Brown, what did you say in the way of timing?
We can work with the board. I know you have a busy calendar, so.
Well, since it's a maintain, though, it's kind of more important that we get it in. You know, this clear side triangle is, you know, like there's some safety.
I understand. I'm not looking to put it off to, what the next available date?
May 15th, 2 o'clock,
May?
May 15th.
Okay, so it would be adjourned to May 15th at 2 o'clock.
Okay.
There won't be, let's see, you'll change the sign, Mr. Brown?
Yeah, we'll update the sign, yes.
Okay, but there won't be another mail, notice in the mail. So if
Okay.
there are others who who want to know about the date,
Yes.
you know, share it and put it on your calendar now. Again, the sign will change,
Okay.
but you won't get another notice in the mail.
Okay, so it's May 15th.
And make sure everyone who's signed in, who's here.
Okay, thank you so much.
I think this gentleman.
And
You'd
he's
like-
with me, we're together.
Oh,
Okay.
okay. All right.
She took care of all of it for you. That's what women do.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That was at 2 o'clock.
Next case, 11924 Belmore, 308 Bedford Avenue Corporation, doing business as Lunchbox Brewing Company, special exception for place of public assembly and amusement, waive off-street parking, and special exception to park in Residence B District, proposed microbrewery in existing building, also known as 308-312 Bedford Avenue.
afternoon. Greg Kalnick.
Please stand and for the swearing in. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Please be seated and state your names and addresses for the record.
Good afternoon. Greg Kalnitsky, Porcelli Deegan Tirana LLP, 333 Earl Ovington Boulevard, Uniondale, New York. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the board.
Good afternoon.
We're here to present the
You have-
Lunchbox Brewing Company application. The premises is at 308 Bedford Avenue in Belmore. I'm joined today by the principals of the company. I'm here with Leonzo Kuiman, as well as several of his partners in the rear over there, Patrick Campion, Matt Campion, and Rich Citrola. I'm also joined by Mr. Wayne Muller from RM Engineering, who conducted a full parking analysis and report of the premises. This is about a little over a 6,000 square foot lot. The majority of the lot is located in the Business X zone adjacent to Bedford Avenue, while the rear portion of the lot is in the Residence B zone. The premises is an existing structure. It's about 2,000 square feet, a little bit more than that. The premises fronts Bedford, and it's located between Frederick Avenue and Wilson Avenue. The character of the neighborhood on Bedford is predominantly commercial, going north and south along Bedford, while the remaining area of the radius is predominantly residential, the Residence B zone. We're seeking two forms of relief to allow this company to open a brewery in the location. We're seeking a special exception for a place of public assembly and amusement, as well as a waiver of off-street parking. If you notice, there is 5 parking spaces located in the rear of the premises. However, those were not counted by the building department because they're located in the Residence B zone portion of the lot. The proposed hours of operation are Thursday from 3 p.m. to 11 p.m., Friday from 3 p.m. to 12 a.m., Saturday from noon to midnight, and Sunday from noon to 10 p.m. The total number of anticipated employees is about 7. But at any given time, there's going to be anywhere from 3 to 7, depending on the demand. The premises depicts 66 seats, 44 located at tables, 10 located in a lounge area, and 12 adjacent to the bar. About a third of the floor space is going to be devoted to the manufacture of beer, and they are relying on a New York brewery license, which requires them to use New York State products in manufacturing their beer, which forms a great synergy statewide, but also the principals of Lunchbox Brewing have already begun to reach out locally and forge local alliances to incorporate elements of other businesses, for example, food delivery, to the brewery. In that vein, I'd like to give to the board a number of letters in support, including one from the Belmore Civic Association.
We'll take those into evidence.
Believe the project will be well received by the neighborhood. It will pose no detriment to the surrounding area and will in fact be a benefit. With respect to the parking, I now turn to my colleague, Mr. Muller, to discuss his analysis and report.
Good afternoon. For the record, Wayne Muller, Robinson & Muller Engineering. Our offices are at 50 Elm Street, Huntington, New York. No, they have not.
Before you do, can I just ask, I got the hours except Thursday, I didn't get it,
Thursday, they're proposing from 3 p.m. to 11 p.m.
and I didn't hear does it currently operate, or it's not yet operating?
No, they're waiting to get all their permits, then they'll get their building permit and commence the build-out.
Okay, and last, Mr. Muller, will you cover how if those 5 parking spots were approved, how one gets to them, and what, if it's by your own curb cut or by a right-of-way through another?
The spaces in the rear?
Yeah,
Yeah, okay.
thanks.
All right, again, for the record, I'd like to submit copies of an analysis that we prepared dated February 14, 2024, and in addition, large-scale copies of the tables that are in the back, so that you guys don't have to use the magnifying glass if you're not so inclined.
Outdoor dining, if you will, also?
Excuse me, outdoor
Tables
dining?
in the
There's no
back.
dining at this point.
There's no outdoor service or dining that's proposed.
Before you get there, Mr. Molly, you touched on it, but how do you get to the parking spaces in the rear? I want to follow up on Mrs. D'Amato's question.
It's through the adjacent property. Yeah, it's through the adjacent property to the north.
And is there,
Which one?
Right to this alley.
enter through Wilson Avenue?
Through Wilson, yes.
And what quote-unquote right do you have to transgress that property to get to your parking lot?
There's an easement, that's what you've been using to access the area. Is that
Well,
right,
I know,
Mr. Quinlan?
is there a written easement agreement that allows you to drive through there and get to the rear of your property to submit those parking spaces?
We don't have a written easement agreement, but regardless, the fact that it's been used for such a long time would at least give rise to an easement by an implication.
Well, that would require a court.
Right, I mean, nevertheless, those parking spaces aren't counted as, crediting the premises.
Right.
And regardless of those existing spaces, Mr. Muller has prepared a report that shows that, the parking in the area will accommodate any demand that the brewery will bring without those 5 spaces.
Without those 5 spots?
Okay.
And then similarly, are you required to provide a handicap, at least one for that business? And how could that be accomplished?
As far as providing ADA parking in the
Yes.
rear of the premises?
Yeah, or access to this building, yeah, I guess.
I don't think that area is intended for use of the general public. Nevertheless, I understand the necessity to comply with the ADA. As far as, what we were asking for, I think because those 5 spaces are not counted in the building department's denial letter, that, notwithstanding the existence configuration of the spaces in the rear yard, our application is to use spaces that are on the street and in adjacent municipal lots.
Correct. And I believe that if the site doesn't provide parking, it doesn't need to provide an accessible space. So that the parking doesn't really count because it doesn't conform to the code.
Well, it could if you had a permanent easement across the property, right?
I don't believe dimensionally.
I don't think the easement was the issue.
Well-
It was,
Residents.
it's a residential neighborhood.
Yeah, zone residence B.
Okay, Mr. Mueller.
Just
I
if
have no
just-
further questions at this point.
We had prepared a report
I
dated
can't do this.
February 14, 2024, in regards to the proposed Lunchbox Brewery on the subject parcel. As indicated in our report, the hours of operation are clearly specified in the first paragraph of our report. I would just previously stated, the hours are from 3 to 11 on Thursday, Friday, 12 to 11, and then 12 to 11 on Saturday, and 12 to 8 on Sunday. The brewery will be closed on Monday through Wednesday, correct? So from Monday to Wednesday, the brewery will be closed. As indicated on the plans, and as per the letter of denial, the proposed project would require 28 parking spaces. The site currently provides 0 on-site parking, so therefore we are asking relief for 28 spots. However, prior relief from parking was granted by this board on the site, and that was for 15 spaces, so we're asking for an additional 13 spaces to allow the brewery. 15 spaces were granted by this board, 15 space relief.
What was the business, if you know that it was granted with?
Storage bin company.
What was?
It's a storage bin company.
Okay, so there's 2 businesses on the property, right?
Yes.
Okay, so was that 15 granted for the whole square footage, or just for,
It's for the individual premises.
Yes.
Yeah. It was for 308 Bedford, the previous relief.
it was the 308?
It was for 308 Bedford. Just the premises in front of you today for that space.
And I'm sorry if you already said it, what's the square footage?
The square footage of the premises is
2,000.
2,095 square feet.
And when you say the premises, you're referring to the subject, the portion of the, it looks
The
like.
structure.
It's one structure, right?
Yes,
With a wall down the middle or something, but when we're using this here, you're referring to the portion of the structure that is subject of this application?
yes.
Okay. Do you happen to know how many square feet the other piece is, the other portion of the building? If you don't, you don't. It's okay.
Oh, okay. All right, so my client just informed me, they're renting both of those spaces that were on Bedford Street. So the total space inside the structure is 2,095 square feet.
So on my map where it references the portion that's retail and then the portion that's, can I just say this? It says, area of proposed interior alterations is one section of the building, and existing adjacent retail space to remain not in contract.
This space you don't have, right? So
Okay,
it's-
so my map is my site plan's accurate, that this is the section that's hatched, that is the subject here.
Yes,
And that section of it is 2,095. And we don't know what the other portion is.
no.
And that other portion you said is a barber shop? And that's the only thing that's in that section? Correct. Okay, thank you.
So, yeah, it's about 1,000 square feet.
And we don't,
The
we
barber
do or
shop.
we don't know whether or not the 15-spot variance, did you say 15? I apologize, was part of an application for the whole building or just that section of the building?
I think it was just that section of the building.
Okay, thank you. You can keep going, Mr. Miller, I
Just
apologize.
the subject section?
So as indicated in my report, we performed observations of the existing parking within the area on Saturday, January 20th, from noon to 9 p.m., and on Friday, January 26th, from 3 p.m. to 9 p.m. The specific areas that we collected the data are contained on Figure EX-1, which is appended to the report. Specifically, Town of Hempstead Parking Field B6, which is located due east of the subject property, and then Town of Hempstead Parking Field B7, which is located south and a little west of the subject property. As indicated in our report, there are regulations within those lots. Most of them have 12-hour parking from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. Other regulations are, there's 3-hour parking unless otherwise posted, and no parking from 4 a.m. to 9 a.m. Monday through Friday. People are not supposed to park overnight within those lots. Yes.
The public parking, is that what's indicated, Belmore Public Parking District? And looks like it's section 56, 339, lot 315?
Hold on.
Across the street from, on the opposite side of Bedford Avenue?
Yes.
And how does one access that parking lot, if you know?
Oh, jeez. Yeah, through Bedford Avenue. I drove through it. Yeah, from Bedford Avenue, there's an entrance to the lot off of Bedford, just south of I believe it's just south of the subject property. There's an entrance just to the south of the subject that you could get in the lot from Bedford, and then you could also get in from Pettit Avenue, or Broadway, actually, and also from Belmore Avenue.
That's off our map, okay.
And then the other lot is off of Grand Avenue, which is located,
How far, that's not on our map either, is it?
no, it's just outside the map. It is shown on, if you look at the figures that I had handed in, it's in the packet that I had given you, the location of those lots as it relates to the subject property. So if you,
Okay,
it's in the, appended to the report, and also there's a larger scale copy that the location of the parking areas within this area as it relates to the subject property are shown in Figure EX-1, which is appended to the back of my report. I also
Okay.
handed in a series of 11 by 17 tables and figures, which just contains a larger version.
and then my last question for now, is this, does your client currently hold a lease on this property?
Yes,
So it's signed these,
yes.
It is subject to this variance being approved?
Is it subject to the variance being approved that you got the lease?
Bless you. I'm sorry, would you? So you've invested money, et cetera? Thank you.
Go ahead, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Muller,
Yes.
continue.
Okay, as indicated in our report on page 204, we counted the on-street parking within this area, Bedford Avenue, and also the parking in the two lots. As indicated
Bless you.
in the report, the peak parking within the area on Friday occurred at 6 p.m., where there were a total of 216 vehicles parked out of the available 349 spaces, translating to a 62% occupancy, leaving 133 vacant spaces. On Saturday, the
It's on-
peak time was
And the
at
line
noon,
across Bedford Avenue.
during which 242 vehicles were parked, translating to a 69% occupancy, leaving 107 vacant parking spaces. As indicated in our report, the Institute of Transportation Engineers Parking Generation Manual, which was recently updated in October of 2023, does contain statistics for a brewery/tap room. We're utilizing those statistics, not including any shared utilization, meaning people who would already be in this area and would go to the brewery and like. We would anticipate a maximum of 50 vehicles to be parked.
Like, elaborate a little bit on that. So you use the IE, ITE to determine that during the busiest hours of a brewery/tap room, there would be, but 50 cars. You must have based the factor on the tables, and then.
Seating, it's based on the number of
So
seats.
what were the seated that you used?
78 total seats.
And does it include also like the bar part, like
Yes.
standing?
Seating. It's the number of seats. IT goes by the number of seats.
So it doesn't have a way to account, like, you know, you have a restaurant with lots of seats, but then there's a bar area, and busy times, there's a lot of people standing. It doesn't provide for adding in the standers, or,
No, it does not. It's strictly based on seats.
okay. Do you know why, I'm curious, it was apparently a container store before, which is retail, and I'm interested why, I would have thought a brewery would be less, because you got a lot more storage, like the grain and the things you cook it in. So why did the need go up when the space went from retail to this, do you know?
Because to calculate the parking, it's based on the greater of 1 per 100 square feet or 1 for every 3 seats, whichever is greater. And I suppose for a retail establishment, it's calculated on a different basis.
The retail is usually one per 200, right?
Correct.
Is that right, Council?
Yes, that's
Yes.
correct.
And so, any idea why it would be, to me, it seems like it would go down just because there's so much area needed for the, you know,
For the
all the
vats.
processes, the vats, the oats, but any,
Listen, we certainly agree that this would be less impactful on parking.
yeah, I'm just curious
and-
why
And, you know, it's like you said, a full third of the floor space is devoted to just manufacture of beer.
Yeah.
And, you know, I understand the concern about standards, but the site plan calls for seating to be all next to the bar. So I'm not barring the possibility that there could be standards, but it certainly won't be as convenient to stand when you have a bunch of seats in the way.
That's true. If you look at sheet A 2.0, 3 of 5, the first floor plan and details prepared by Mark Anthony.
wait, which page?
Sheet A 2.0 of the architectural plans, which I believe was submitted as part of the.
Just a little finger in there.
I can pull that out if you want to keep going on your part. I don't want to hold this up.
Yeah, as indicated on the plans, there's a floor plan of the first floor in the architectural plans. It shows the layout of the seating, both at tables and at the bar area. And I agree with Counselor, that there's not a lot of room for people to stand behind the seating at the bar without bumping into the seats that are due, I guess that would be north of it. It's not like there's a lot of large open areas within the facility to accommodate standing people. So that's shown on sheet A 2.0, 3 of 5 of the architectural plans. Up in the top left corner is the first floor plan. Okay. Got it. So yeah, so as indicated on that sheet, again, the bar stools to me look to be pushed into the bar. Obviously, people don't sit right at the bar, so the standing area within the areas that are dedicated for the tap room part of the facility do not lend itself well to standing. It's not a bar, it's a brewery. They function a lot differently. We have one in Huntington where my office is. In reality, from what I've seen, and not to say that I've been to a lot of breweries, but I've been to quite a few, it's a lot of families. People bring their dogs. I don't know if you guys are they're going to allow dogs. It's kind of a different environment than a bar.
No, we have to serve like simple foods like maybe cheesy crackers or pretzels and such. But we plan to just form partnerships with all the local businesses in Belmore so they can deliver. There's so many eateries there, we just plan to work with them.
It's similar to the brewery in Huntington. They don't have a kitchen. It's a brewery. There's the big vats. It's almost set up very similar to this, where they have the big vats where they make the beer. And I'm assuming that those will be glass walls. You'll be able to see into the brewing area, watch the people do their thing in the back, and they have all this stuff labeled as to what it is. And it's not a restaurant. It's a brewery.
Are you anticipating any large group events? I don't know whether it's a fundraiser or birthday parties, or is it just gonna be people come, like a party room or any, whatever?
There's not really space for a party room, and if a big group of people, want to show up to the brewery, I'm sure the group will accommodate them, but I don't think the plan is for event space or to close it off to have, events there. Not saying that it couldn't be a possibility, sure, if they could accommodate at those hours.
Yeah, I didn't mean like, a bunch of people just decide to show up at the same time. I meant booking parties or events or fundraisers.
Do you plan on booking parties and events?
We've had some interest from the community for families who want to gather for celebrations and such. So we would love for people to come and celebrate at the brewery.
I find it's odd because the family thing makes sense if there's food, but I don't know how long you're gonna take all your kids with you when how long they're gonna spend drinking a Coke,
Well, the beautiful thing is that right next door to us, there's 2 pizzerias, there's an energy kitchen, there's a new diner that is on the block, there's a diner that's on the corner. They've all been very excited about it because these are patrons who are gonna come who need food, and we want them to eat as well. So it's really easy with the technology now. You can just scan codes, have it directly delivered. They talked about having runners just coming to run the food in. So that really won't be a concern in terms of our ability to serve them, just given the demand of other businesses who want to.
It's only one story, one level,
Yes. There's a basement.
and is the basement the same footprint as the first floor? So it's another 2,000 square foot?
Yeah.
And did the building department calculate that with the 500 denominator? In other words, that part of the parking calculation?
Well, it shouldn't, right? Yeah, it's just being used as storage, so for purposes of calculating it, that floor space wasn't included.
Well, it would be included if it's being used, it's just the denominator's 500. So was the building department aware that that's part of the calculation? I realize it's a much different calculation, but it would be included if it's being used in conjunction with the business, no?
What would be included? The
So
basement
if you
floors?
have, yeah, if you have all the square footage, as far as I know at least, is included. So if you have your, the business space is 2095 on the first level, we went over the way you calculate. But if the basement area is being used in conjunction with the applicant's business, and if it's being used as storage, which makes perfect sense, then usually that would be included. It would just be included by way of a 500, the square footage divided by 500 would yield the number of spots, at least as far as I know, right? Would be the number of spots, so that's the only reason I'm asking. So is the basement space the same size as the first level?
Yes.
Yes.
I'm sorry, go ahead, Mr. Muller.
Yeah, as you can see, that the basement space is shown on Plan A 1.0, sheet 205, which is the foundation plan and details. And essentially, it's a very large walk-in box for the storage of the kegs after the beer is brewed. And then there's another, it's all storage, really, which is really what it is. And then there's some mechanical equipment to aid in the brewing process, which will be all in the basement. And then storage of whatever materials they may need to brew the beer. I guess like wheat and grains and all kinds of other stuff. That'll be in dry storage. So the storage area, as it relates to the proposed use and the previous use, is identical. It was always storage. There's been no change in the utilization of that area. It wasn't retail, it's always been storage, to the best of our knowledge. So again, as indicated in my report, we would anticipate no more than 50 vehicles associated with the brewery based on the Institute of Transportation Engineers statistics. Factoring that into the number of existing vehicles that are parked, we would anticipate that there would be no less than 57 vacant parking spaces in the area, assuming that the peak activity for the brewery occurred at noon on Saturday. One thing I would like to also indicate is that excluding the parking demand outside of the municipal lots, there would be 37 vacant parking spaces. So in any way you cut it up, there would be available parking within this area of Belmore to accommodate the proposed Lunchbox Brewery. One other thing that I did touch on a little bit before was that our analysis is extremely conservative in so much as that it does not take into account people who would already be in this area of Belmore and then go to the brewery because they were already there, and maybe they'd stop in and have a beer or whatever, or buy some beer that they could take to go and do that kind of thing. So our analysis is extremely conservative. In addition to that, which is not shown on some of the photographs that we have, but just to the south of the subject property is the Belmore Long Island Railroad commuter parking fields. There are 5 municipal parking fields in that area, labeled as B1, B2, B3, B4, and B8 that service the railroad station, and they require that the lots require that they have a Belmore resident parking permit to park between 6 a.m. and 1 p.m. Monday through Friday. After 1 o'clock on Monday through Friday, the lots are opened, and there are 12-hour parking limits. 2 of those lots, B2 and B3, are within very close walking distance to the to the brewery. So therefore, we believe that, especially on the weekends, if you've ever been by those railroad lots, there's very few vehicles parked in them. And again, after 1 o'clock on a weekday, those lots are available for patrons of the proposed brewery, and that just adds to the parking supply within the area, thereby providing an even greater buffer from the vehicles that would be parked associated with the brewery as it relates to the municipal parking areas. So therefore, based on the analysis that we performed and our observations of the existing parking within the 2 municipal lots, which are in most close proximity to the subject property, in addition to the fact that there are the Long Island Railroad commuter lots, which become available after 1 o'clock Monday through Friday and are available all hours of the day on the weekends, the granting of the relief required to allow the applicant to construct the brewery at this location will not have any significant impact to parking conditions in and around this area of Belmore. Thank
Mr.
you.
Mueller, what value or importance in your analysis do you think the Uber Lyft stuff plays? Because from everything I see, it's a significant, young people use it constantly, and it really seems to impact in a beneficial way the need for off-street parking.
Oh, absolutely. Uber and Lyft, significantly reduces the need for off-street parking, and it's specifically for a use like this, where somebody may want to go to the brewery, and they may not want to drive back or
And
drive there.
Does
So,
the ITE factor that in at all yet?
in a lot of instances over the last few years, I believe they have. I'm not specifically aware of whether or not they have for
'Cause I
this land use.
It would seem like, in particular, an establishment selling alcohol would even have, if we said that people between 20 and 35 take, Uber and Lyft, I don't know, 30% of the time, you think that if it's an alcohol establishment, probably more like 40 or 50, just because of the other factors involved, but.
I would agree with
I
that.
just was wondering if that's something that you're now including as a matter of course in your analyses, and if the ITE had a factor for it or not.
Yeah, I'm not aware that they do have a factor for this specific land use, but one thing that you bring in is a good point, is that, there are people within this area that, in all estimation, would probably walk to the train to go into either into the city or out east to go to work. And the Lunchbox Brewery would be pretty much right on the way to and from their homes. They could stop in, have a beer, and then continue on their way walking. Again, further diminishing the need for parking. It's in with a very well-developed of this area of the town of Hempstead, and it's attractive for people who live in the area to walk. I mean, I don't know if you and I would drive from wherever you may reside, or I may not come here from Huntington, but again, it's very, very convenient for people who live in the area to walk to and have a freshly brewed beer and then go back home and not have to drive.
I think Mrs. D'Amato is suggesting that you speak to the people at the ITE and have them consider the ramification
It would be
of
useful.
Lyft and
Well,
Uber.
I think what
in their
happens with the
calculations.
ITE is that the publications get periodically updated, usually once every 1 or
Right, we
2
get that.
years, and the data needs to catch up to, because it has to be compiled.
Yeah, we get
Reality.
that.
The
But we
reality.
just, never-
No, so as we go further on, hopefully I'm still doing this in a few more years, yeah, those statistics will become obviously more important. Thank you.
Counsel?
So, this is one of those rare scenarios where, at least in the neighborhood, that the project is very well received, both by businesses and by residents in the area, probably for the reason that Mr. Mueller said. It's very attractive to have something close to walk to and an amenity like a brewery, and they are frequently used by families. Now, the character of the neighborhood on Bedford, it's important to note that that entire strip is essentially storefronts similar to 308 Bedford that offer very little or zero off-street parking. And the critical point that Mr. Mueller made is that even during peak demand hours, when parking is at its highest demand, if the brewery were to be full, there is still sufficient parking off the street without even counting the on-street spaces, which would truly make this location an ideal one for this type of use. With that being said, unless the board has any questions, that will conclude our presentation.
Any questions? Any other questions?
I thought there were more people signed in than 3. Are there others who
We
signed
have
in?
some
They're all in
principals of
favor.
the business over
They're
here.
all in
We
favor.
don't need them, I just want to make sure that those who wish to speak,
Nobody signed in opposition.
yeah, I agree.
Okay. And we took notice of the fact that we have any number of letters that are in favor of the application.
Thank you.
Okay? Any other questions for the board?
Mr. Chairman, I would just move that the hearing be closed, that the matter be placed on the decision calendar. Everyone here who signed in on the case will receive a copy of the board's decision by mail once it's rendered. Thank you, and everyone have a nice Valentine's/Ash Wednesday.
All in favor?
Aye.
Our next case, 12024 Inwood, David Hance, variances, subdivision of lot area, maintain non-conforming dwelling on lesser lot, also known as 108 Roger Avenue, and case 12124 Inwood, David Hance, variances, subdivision of lot, no front width at street line, side yard, construct dwelling with insufficient access pursuant to Section 280A of the New York State Town Law, demolish existing dwelling, also known as 106 Roger Avenue.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Please be seated and state your names and addresses for the record.
No real estate equity.
Good afternoon again, Christian Brown, McLaughlin and Stern, 1122 Franklin Avenue, Garden City for the
Got
applicant.
it.
David Hance, 17 Meadow Road, Inwood, New York, 11096. Good afternoon, everybody.
Good afternoon.
Now, I saw Mr. Pellegrini's face already after he
It's just so good to see you.
read the notice. It sounds a little complicated. It's a little convoluted, but if we follow along, I think you'll see that this is another highly technical interpretation, shall we say, of the
288.
zoning ordinance and merger rules that the building department has imposed on Mr. Hance here, which brings us before you today to, I guess, untangle what the building department sees as a series of lots that have long been separated, but were never formally subdivided through the Nassau County process. So I'm going to walk you through what's going on here.
Thank you.
If you look at your site plan, you'll see there are 3 addresses, 3 separate parcels delineated on the site plan. The parcel that's labeled 108 in the front along Roger Avenue, that's the street address. That's 108 Roger Avenue. Mr. Hance owns that property. Behind it, you see the address 108A Roger Avenue, which has an easement that runs over it from Roger Avenue across 108 through 108A into the back parcel that's labeled 106.
How wide is that easement?
It's 10 feet wide.
Thank you.
It's a driveway. 108A is not owned by Mr. Hance. 106 Roger Avenue, the rear parcel where we're proposing to construct a new dwelling, is owned by Mr. Hance. Mr. Hance first purchased 108, the front parcel. What year, Mr. Hance, did you purchase it?
I think 2017.
Okay, in 2017. He then had the opportunity about 2 years ago, correct?
No, maybe 2 years after the first.
Oh, 2 years after the first, okay, so in 2019, to purchase 106 Roger Avenue, where there was an existing dwelling. You can see the footprint of the existing dwelling on the plan. These were parcels that were in single and separate ownership, had nothing to do with each other. And in between them is 108A Roger Avenue, owned by someone else, a different owner, a family that's owned it for many, many decades. Mr. Hance bought 106 Roger Avenue with the intention of constructing a new home on it and selling or renting that home. There's long been a home here, single and separate ownership, so to speak. He comes into the building department to construct a new dwelling. The building department, after a lengthy back and forth process, I guess by going through the chain of title and property records, which I'll go through in a moment, determined that this grouping of lots, which we just went through, were at one time in common ownership for brief periods of time. They were then separately deeded out, and again, I'll go through it, but basically going back to the 60s and have maintained, individual identities since that time. But because those deeds were conveyed and recorded, but the property never went through the Nassau County Planning Commission, and in the building department's determination, or interpretation, because they had come into common ownership at various times. Again, they interpret that to be a merger of the properties that then would require a formal subdivision. Whether that's correct or not is a different matter, but it's taken a long time to untangle this and to get here. So essentially, what we're asking this board to do, according to the notices, is, one is to grant a variance to maintain 106, the rear lot, basically as a single and separate lot that doesn't have street frontage, because it is accessed by a 10-foot easement driveway
Mr.
out
Brown.
to Roger Avenue.
I'm sorry, can you just
Yes.
tell me, case 120 is which of those lots, and case 121 is?
What I just referenced is case 121. That applies to 106 Roger Avenue.
Okay, great.
Okay, that is where we're proposing to build a new zoning compliant home. But again, the building department is now saying that we have to legalize the lot itself, which they want us to get a 280A variance for the reasons I just mentioned, and because they're saying that this lot, 106, was grouped with the others at some point in the past.
And which parcel goes with case 120?
Okay, and then 120 speaks to 108 Roger Avenue, the front parcel, where no changes whatsoever are proposed. That is an existing that's an existing 4,350 square foot parcel.
So it's about carving those two off the middle one?
Well, again, I'll walk through this in a second. Their interpretation is that 108 was at one time in common ownership with the others, so we need to legalize it as a separate lot that does not comply with the lot area requirement. Since it is, as a standalone lot, it is only 4,300 square feet, where 6,000 is required.
Why isn't there a case for 108A?
We don't own 108A. It's just in the middle, and it's a strange situation, but if you look at the records, you'll see that the people who owned these properties at one time or other, they did own all three or two out of the three that would have, again, I don't agree with this, but the building department is saying that those parcels merged.
But why wouldn't 108A, even though you don't own it, need relief on a lesser lot if their position on the issue is that they're merged?
I guess if they came in here and wanted to do something, they would have to get relief
But
for
I mean,
that.
the building department, I thought, usually wouldn't carve land off of other building land that had property on it without there being a companion case to maintain the, if they're deeming it a part of the lot that has the house 108A, they usually
Right.
require that there's a case going along saying, okay, well, you want to carve this off, we were addressing whether we let you carve it off, but we also have to address, part of letting you
Right.
carve it off is, are we going to allow you to maintain this thing on a lesser lot? I
Well,
get it's not your property.
Right.
but-
I agree with you that in general, that would be the better practice, but here, I guess because the lots are not owned by Mr. Hantz, and nothing is proposed on those lots, they didn't, force the joinder of this other party that owns 108A, and frankly, the variance for 108, which we do own, is really at best a technicality, and it's based upon the fact, as far as I can discern, that many years ago, in the early 1960s, the same family owned 108A and 108 very briefly at one period in time.
Who owns the parcel between 108 and 106? There's a,
Yeah, that's all part of that, of 108A. 108A runs across, if you, to the border of the, shown on the site plan.
and,
But it doesn't say that.
yeah. So go ahead.
It says subject property there.
I don't have that plan.
On your radius
I
map.
can explain it to you. If, I can show you on the tax map as well.
No, but,
Well,
go ahead.
On the radius map, it shows what is it, 108A, but then the piece of property
Guys.
that we're talking about says subject property.
I'll take a look at it.
You don't- it's-
Maybe that's the way they wrote it, just because, again, these lots we're all,
No, you'll see, because it doesn't show all of 108A as subject, just the side.
Just the easterly portion.
Lot 136.
that's part of Redmond's problem. Yeah, I think that's really, it says subject property because that is where the easement runs. Redmond owns 134 and 136. The easement goes across 136.
Right, but not that big a section of it, because there's even a paver patio
Right.
there.
It's a driveway. It's a 10-foot wide driveway.
Right, but then on the other side of that driveway is more of Redmond's property.
Correct.
But on the radius, it's showing the whole section over there. I think that's
Well,
what
I
gave
think
rise
that
to
they
the
should not have hatched the whole section. I think they meant to hatch the easement area. 136 and 134 form one parcel owned by Redmond, and the driveway cuts across it to get to the back lot 106.
Okay.
And that's been the condition for many, many years. And Mr. Hance, before he owned the property, is very familiar with it. He can testify to the fact that these properties have been separately held. There was always a house on the rear property. There was always a house on the front property. We're not touching the house on the front property. We were reconstructing or making a new house on the rear property, and that's what triggered this whole review.
If I could just add to this, I purchased these properties separately from different people, obtained loans on them, tax maps conform to exactly what's there. There was never even a question of whether it was not a lot or not a legal lot. I have title insurance on them. And when I went to the building department to apply for a permit and they did a search, they came back with, wow. And I know Mr. Brown mentioned 1960s, but they had me do searches way back to 1948. Although he mentioned 1960s, the properties were separately owned and separate lots, although at some times owned by the same person, going back to 1948, which is where the records end. We obtained the searches during the COVID period. This has been going on it took almost 9 months just to complete the searches because with COVID, a lot of staff was off or not able to, get to this stuff. So, but I bought these as separate and never even knew that there could be an issue. If you look at the tax map, you'll see what's on the tax map is exactly what we bought. Thank you.
Let me just run through that briefly. So it is true. The records for these properties go back to 1949. The 106 the 106 property is made up of tax lots 139 and 132. If you look on the tax map, that's the rear lot. Okay. Back in 1949, they were owned. That parcel was owned by the Wright family. In 1963, the Wright family transferred one of those tax lots to a woman named Mary Villa. They sold her tax lot 139 in 1963. That was in April 1963. By a separate deed in May 1963. Oh, excuse me. Let me be clear. They were two separate deeds. Both of them actually were in April 1963, on which they conveyed both lots to Mary Villa. So Mary Villa becomes the owner of 106 in 1963. She later became the owner of the middle lot, 108A, which is not owned by Mr. Hance, but Mary Villa took ownership of that lot in 1966. So in 1966, she owns 106 and 108A. In 1976, she sold 108A to a man named Curtis, and Curtis, in 1982, transferred it to its present owners.
Ready.
Okay, so that's the theory of how 108A and 106 were in common ownership, even though there's no evidence that they were ever used together. It's just that this one individual, Mary Villa, for a period of time owned both 106 and 108A. The front lot, okay, which is 108, that is tax lot 138. That tax lot was created in 1962. Have the property card. It happens to exactly say that. Lot, it's a typo, it's been crossed out. Lot 138 was created by CO number 54034 in 1962. That lot, at that time when it was created, was owned by one of the members of the Wright family, who were the original owners back in 1949. So again, there is a link that was made between the original owners, the original parcel, if you will, and 108, going back to 1962. But 108 has maintained a separate identity since 1962, and eventually it comes into Mr. Hance's possession in 2017, totally separate from these other properties. So that 4,300 square foot lot has been in existence with a dwelling since 1962. Nothing is changing about that. His other property, which he purchases in 2019, has been separately held long ago. If it ever was connected to 108, it's been severed. Its connection to 108A was severed in the 1960s. And this all comes about because he simply wants to reconstruct the house, or rebuild a new house, I should say, build a new house, on, right, to replace a sandy damaged house on 106.
Right.
It's always been accessed by this 10-foot right-of-way that still exists. It's an easement. It's on your survey. It's recorded, runs with the land. That's how that dwelling gets out to Roger Avenue.
Do you happen to have a copy of that easement agreement?
I don't. I can submit it to you. It's in the title report. I didn't print it out, but it is marked on the survey as running with the land.
I see
But I
that,
can,
but,
I can certainly send the staff the recorded easement.
Is he, is the proposed construct on the same footprint? Is that why you're coming with side yard, or?
The proposed construction, do we need a side yard?
I mean, the lot's really
Oh,
wide.
yes, it's, you're right, I'm sorry. Yes, it's essentially, it's on the same footprint, right?
Yes.
I mean,
It's in line with with what was the sandy damaged house.
Otherwise, it wouldn't make sense. The width
correct.
of the- yeah.
But you're gonna reconstruct the entire dwelling, why can't it be moved over to stop a side yard variance?
Could you shift it over slightly?
Well, we were gonna build the house new, but keep the foundation.
That's what I figured.
Right. But,
Save the expense.
But the foundation was 5 foot off the.
Yeah, it is 5. I see that it's
So-
5. Probably
I'm not
because,
sure why we're asking for a side yard variance, because we're definitely 5 foot off on the one side.
well, how wide is your lot? 88?
If you combine the two lots, what we're proposing to the bill is far within the range of the lot
Right,
coverage.
but-
We meet the side yard is, I'm sorry, it is called out at 5 feet, and the aggregate is almost 18 feet.
I know, but you're called out for side yard. That's what I'm asking.
I'm sorry, I missed that.
And it might be,
That looks like it's erroneous.
you know, I mean, it's funny because you have no front width, so, you know, if
Right.
if your front width is over, what, at 55 or 60, then you do the percentage. So I was gonna say maybe that's why he needs a greater side yard. But actually, his front width is,
No, we don't, right, we don't, they may have, that's,
maybe it's not front, maybe it's just the width of the lot.
no, I think it's the, well, it does go by the width of the lot, yes. But it is 5 feet off.
Yeah.
Right, but it's called, I just want to know
Right.
what the side yard's supposed, you know, they're calling it out.
Well, the width of the lot itself is almost 75 feet.
They applied the percentage.
Right,
Let's
okay.
see what it's supposed to be. So let's just put it on the record. Oh.
Right.
Yeah, so it just says.
But-
It's, right, and the total width of the lot is, it's almost 80 feet.
Right, but the other side yard is 42.
Correct.
Less than half.
Right, the other side yard is almost 43, and then we have this, that's 5. Right. Right. And as Mr. Ant said, and to Mr. Pellegrini's question, in a different circumstance, yes, you could center the house, but the hope was to reuse the foundation. Right. So I know it's a little confusing, it does take some time to figure out, but if you go through the chain of title, as I just did, you can see how these things sort of came in, started it in common ownership, then were deeded out, then came back into common ownership, and then were deeded out again. You know, nobody ever got a Nassau County Planning Commission resolution permitting any of this. Back in the good old days, they didn't really enforce it as much, and these were all being deeded on tax lot lines. No, tax lot lines were never changed here at all. These were always separate tax lot groupings. So that's how it came to be, and when Mr. Hance went to get rid of this sandy damaged house, he was the one stuck untangling this subdivision maze.
Any other questions from the board?
Before you, I will send the copy of the easement from the title.
We'll accept it.
With that, Mr. Chairman, oh, go ahead, Mr. Pellegrini.
Yes, we'll confirm that there's an existing easement that provides access.
Mr. Chairman, I would then move that the hearing be closed, the matter be placed on the decision calendar. Mr. Brown, you and your client will receive a copy of the board's decision by mail once it's rendered.
Thank you very much.
Second. All in favor?
Thank you. You did a nice job in untangling it.
That's what we're waiting for, too.
Next case, 12224, Woodmere Congregation Beas Ephraim Incorporated. Variances, lot area occupied, front yard setback on Island Avenue
Steph,
and Ibsen
Do you need a
Street.
break?
Side yard, special exception to construct a
Mr. Benesso, before you plead your case, we're going to take a 10-minute break, if you don't mind, so that Stephanie can,
Yeah.
again, flex her fingers.
stay there, you're making too much money. I'd be leaving sooner. Wait, she's like, we don't have as much as you think. I'm like, I know we have. She's like, yeah, but then 30 to 40% of that's gonna be eaten up as soon as you pull it out because it's tax deferred. That's right. You got a point. That's true. So, you were on vacation in Punta Cana? Punta Cana, yeah. Punta Cana. You don't go to Florida anymore? No, we went to Florida and we went, no, well, this is the last year we're renting in Florida. Oh. We had to rent it one more year because of the 1031 exchange, so we needed to show commercial use. Yeah, we did 1031 exchange, yeah. But,
What's
so.
the name of your other guy? Isn't he, Ryan going down there now? Kennedy? I think he said he's going.
Oh, he's going on all inclusive. I think it's on Punta Cana. Yeah, I think he's going to what is that place called? The Hard Rock.
Oh, is he?
Yeah.
He's much younger than you.
Yeah, but he's all nervous because he heard me come back and complain about the place. And he's like, "Oh, Billy, I'm afraid of that. It's gonna be bad food, bad food." This place sucked.
Oh, did it?
Yeah, we left early. We were supposed to be there Sunday. We came home Friday. Yeah. We almost came home Thursday, but the beach was nice, so we
Yeah, I was
stayed.
gonna say, the weather on the beach is nice.
The beach was nice, so we got there Tuesday. We were supposed to stay there Sunday. Tuesday, they kind of did a bait and switch on us and put us in a different place than where we were supposed to be. And we're like, fuck this, we're getting out of here. So like I changed the place to Thursday. Figured we'll go to the beach on Wednesday and then we'll get out of here. So we went to the beach on Wednesday and really liked the day at the beach. So we said, let's push it back to Friday. Because we have JetBlue and we don't get penalized. We're Mosaic on JetBlue, so we don't get penalized for changing it. So we moved it to Friday and we said, let's see how it goes, right? But meanwhile, I mean, the food and the drink were so hit or miss. Like they didn't know how to make a martini. They had no grapefruit juice. Like it was so bizarre. Like the bartenders were like obviously not real bartenders, and the food, sometimes it was good, sometimes it was bad. It was just really hit or miss. So,
You told Ryan to say, huh?
yeah, I got that. He goes, that was. I go, because this is my first all-inclusive experience. He said, not good. Now, next month we're going to Sandals for 6 nights.
Wait, Sandals is,
Sandals is in Grenada. This Sandals. And Carmel's been to it, and she says, listen, it's much better than what we did in Punta Cana. Food's much better, the drinks are real, and the accommodations. Our accommodations are great. Our room was really nice. We had a beautiful upgraded one-bedroom like suite with a nice patio and swimming pool and all that. That was all great, but the food and the drink was just terrible.
so wait, to that 1031. If you rent it for years, then what do you do?
2 years. You got to show 2 years of commercial use on the new property you buy, because theoretically it's a commercial enterprise. You're selling a commercial enterprise. You're buying a commercial enterprise. So our accountant told us, look, you rented it last year. You should rent it this year, so that we have 2 years of commercial use of the property.
And then when you start occupying
And then,
yourself,
yeah, then
it's just nothing?
Yeah, no ramifications.
Really? I didn't know that.
Yeah, we avoid your
You don't have to pay the capital gains on that. Ah, interesting.
Yeah, the sale of the other. Let's see, we were last there in January, just to check on the place,
But you don't rent that one?
No, we
That's
never
your
have.
that's
Never have. Never have. In fact, I think I'm going down there I'm dropping Carmel off at the airport to go to Chicago on Saturday, and I may just shoot straight down and check out Jersey and spend the weekend, long weekend. So, I may just hang out there.
Shovel the driveway.
Huh?
Shovel the driveway?
I don't think they have snow.
No, they didn't have snow?
I don't think so. But, no, it's kind of cool down there in the winter. You have the whole place to yourself. There's nobody there. You walk the boardwalk, you might see 50 people. Yeah, like in the neighborhood
Mr. Benesso.
Good, do you need to swear us in?
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Please be seated, state your name and address for the record.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. William Benesso for Chelly Deegan Tarana, 333 Earl Ovington Boulevard, Uniondale, New York, here on behalf of the applicant, Congregation Base Ephraim, Inc. Seated to my left is Mr. Bernard Daskell. He is a current member of the congregation and former officer. Seated to my right is Mr. Barry Nelson, our real estate expert, and to his right is Mr. Wayne Muller, our traffic expert. The application before the board involves 812 Peninsula Boulevard in Woodmere. It has been the site of the congregation since about 2002. This congregation and this site has some history with the board. It's a parcel of property that has 3 street frontages. The southerly side is on Island Avenue. The easterly side is on Peninsula Boulevard, and the westerly side is on Ibsen Street. Back in 2002, the board granted relief to permit the conversion of a residence on the easterly portion of the property to a synagogue. Thereafter, in 2008, the applicant came forward to demolish that building and to instead build the building that is presently on that westerly easterly portion of the property. At that time, the dwelling structure that is situated on the westerly portion of the property that's still there, at that time that was to be demolished and they were going to install a parking lot. But there was actually, at that time, some objection on the part of some of the neighbors to having a parking lot and having the activities associated with a parking lot that would make it less of a residential feel for the area. So the decision of the board in granting the approval for the synagogue was that the dwelling was to remain and be utilized as a dwelling. Then the last time they appeared, they came to the board in 2014, and at that time it was to convert the use of that dwelling from a dwelling to permit it to be used in association with the other religious activities that were being conducted on the site, and that was approved at that time. What they're proposing now is the demolition of that dwelling structure that has been converted for religious use, and to replace that with a one-story, basically a horizontal expansion that pretty much mirrors the width, I should say the depth from Island Avenue of the portion of the existing synagogue as it runs towards Ibsen Street. In order to do that, they will require variances in addition to a new special exception to permit the expansion of the religious use. They will need front yard setback variances on Ibsen and Island, a minor side yard setback variance for the side yard coming off of Ibsen, going from 12 feet to 10 feet. And then they are also going to be over on their lot coverage. They're going from about 38% to 52% with the new addition. Mr. Daskell, who is seated to my left, as I said, is a longtime member of the congregation, past officer, and I would just like to have him give an overview for the board in terms of how the property is currently used, particularly the building that is proposed to be demolished now, and why they are seeking this new addition. So, Mr. Daskell.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Presently, the synagogue is being used in the traditional format of during the week we have morning prayer services, afternoon prayer services. Both prior to morning prayer services and after evening prayer services, there are also study classes available in the main synagogue. On Shabbos, on the Saturday, the services tend to last longer. The study groups are also occurred during the afternoon. And presently, we've been using the building that's on Ibsen for groups for our younger members. These are the kids who can't sit through a 2 to 3 hour service next to their dads. And so we have members who either, pray earlier, and some teenagers who volunteer, and they'll spend time with the children doing a shorter prayer service, but also playing board games with them and keeping them occupied and providing them that opportunity as they transition into later years where they're going to participate more fully. We also, we've had in the past a bit more robust, what we call a teen minion. So this would be for our teenagers to give them an opportunity to play the roles that their moms and dads play in the main synagogue, and give them an opportunity, hands-on opportunity to do the same things, but in their own setting. Presently, the space that we have available is a little tight for having both the youth groups and the teen program, the teen minion, and certainly this expansion will help us to accommodate so that we can continue to provide both of those programs in a robust manner, and keep everyone together from the young kids through the teens and adults at the services.
Looking at the floor plans, I see basically that the new addition, in addition to a kitchen and storage area, that the largest portion would be made up of what is deemed on one version, A101A, as a multipurpose room, and then on A101B as partial multipurpose room and partial youth rooms. How do you foresee that breaking down?
Thank you. Let me explain that. So the other use that currently the main synagogue is being used for is after services Saturday morning, we will have a collation, and we'll kind of move around the tables and bring in the food for the collation. The concept that we have in mind is with this new space is with removable walls, what we could do is set it up during the prayer services so that there can be the classrooms for the kids. The larger area would be where the teen minion that I was describing would participate. And then after prayer services are done, we could quickly break that down and turn that into the collation area to certainly help us maintain the dignity of the sanctuary itself by allowing us to move that activity out of the sanctuary and into this new space.
And this space, and I know that there are currently restrictions in place on the property that control the activities of the congregation. Are there any changes that are proposed in connection with the use of that space?
I don't believe so. It's just a matter of reconfiguring the space so that it works better for our youth groups, allow us to have simultaneous youth groups and the teen program, and also allow us to move the collations that we're presently holding in the main sanctuary itself into, a site just adjacent to it.
Thank you, Mr. Daskell. Unless the board has any questions of Mr. Daskell, I'll have Mr. Nelson speak to the area variances. I did neglect to point out one additional variance, which is not a small one. The site already has a parking variance, 124 cars for the existing structure and the existing facility. Based upon the new addition that is proposed, it will require an additional 54 car variance. So we are going to a total parking variance of 178, with the understanding that 124 has already previously been approved for what's existing there. So, but that said, I'll have Mr. Nelson provide his testimony.
Mr. Nelson,
Yes, sir.
you have been previously, I want to say it.
Yes, sir.
The Couture said it all. You've been qualified by this board on any number of occasions as a real estate expert since the last time you were qualified. Have any of your qualifications changed?
No, sir.
Okay, then you are free to testify as a real estate expert.
Thank you. I'm going to hand in some exhibits, photographs of the subject property and the surrounding area. There's 29 pictures. In my opinion, they fairly and accurately represent the subject property currently and the general character of the neighborhood. I also handed in some aerial views of the subject property and the surrounding uses. The use has been on both parcels for at least 18 years, possibly greater. The area, character, single-family homes. There are several other religious institutions nearby, including Young Israel across the street. Property values have continued to appreciate. Most of the homes in there are well-maintained, upgraded. Since Sandy, a lot of them have been upgraded and raised. The area variances that are sought today would be for front yard setback on Island Avenue and Ibsen Street, and the side yard setback along the northeasterly side off of Ibsen Street. With that said, you'll see my photographs and a pattern of development, character, of the neighborhood. The front yard setback on Island Avenue, the new building will be in line with the existing building running from Peninsula Boulevard on the southeasterly side to the northwesterly side at Ibsen Street and Island Avenue. The side yard setback will be in line with what was approved for the existing building off of Peninsula Boulevard. That'll be in line. There'll be fencing and screening at that location. The front yard setback will be off of, as well as off of Ibsen Street. And importantly, there is sidewalks and curbs in this entire area, including in front of the subject property, so you have a additional setback to the public right-of-way, the curb area. The variances sought have been granted in many other locations for similar type uses. I've done many of them. In fact, for Young Israel across the street, and there's the Yeshiva High School just approximately 1 block northwest at Ibsen, and I believe it's from Howard Avenue. I've done many along Hungary Harbor Road, which is within a half mile to a mile away from the subject property, for similar synagogues on corners and interior parcels. The variances, area variances, are reasonable requests before the board. The special exception for a religious institution has been approved on both parcels. It's just that there's a removal of the existing dwelling and the construction of the new one-story institution at that parcel on Ibsen Street and Island Avenue. The granting of this application is basically will provide for a better functional utility of the building itself. Both parcels have been used for synagogue purposes, religious purposes, and will provide for a better functional layout and remove prior activities that took place on the outside and walking from one building to the other building. It'll strictly be within the internal layouts of both facilities. In my opinion, the requests are reasonable. It's not going to alter or change the essential character of the neighborhood and will be an improvement to the subject property. I looked at property values of homes in the area on Ibsen Street, Peninsula Boulevard, Island Avenue, Jefferson Street. Many of those have now been stabilized, property values have been increasing, and the people have been residing longer in those dwellings. 1 block to the southeast of Peninsula Boulevard, if you went down Glen Drive between Island Avenue and Longacre to the north, you'll be impressed with substantial improvements, new homes currently under construction now along Glen Drive. So that demonstrates good quality, proper appreciations, et cetera. So in my opinion, what's being proposed today, again, is a reasonable request before this board. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll be more than
Thank you.
happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Nelson.
Thank you.
I'd like to now turn it over to Mr. Muller. Mr. Muller is with R&M Engineering. He is a transportation engineer who's appeared before this board on many occasions and been qualified to give expert opinion testimony in the areas of parking and traffic. We've asked Mr. Muller to take a look at this project and determine the impacts or lack thereof that the proposed addition would have on parking in the area. In doing so, we provided him with an outline of activities that currently occur at the premises and what additional activities would likely also occur based upon the new facility. So, Mr. Muller, if you're prepared, please provide your testimony in the narrative.
Sure.
Do you have a question,
No, go
Mr.
ahead.
Tamano?
Go ahead.
Just want to, I think it's a Mr. Nelson question,
sure.
so real quick.
Sure.
So I was trying to, you have 3 streets on the property, right?
Yes.
And so I was just trying to determine what, if anything, was considered. I know the building department, so arguably you would have 3 front yards, but it doesn't appear it was analyzed that way. I think it probably should have been, but whatever. So now, when I look at the building department's rejection sheet, because I was just trying to figure out which is being characterized as which. And building department considered the front yards to be the one on Island and the one on Ibsen.
Yes.
Now, on the site plan, the one on Ibsen that the building department considered a front yard, it doesn't really say, so I'm assuming that you guys consider it a front yard also. So, and consistently, both called the one on Island a front yard. I'm trying to figure out what Peninsula was categorized as, because the plan, the materials, the architect determined it to be a front yard, but the building department didn't. The
And
building,
technically, all 3 would be front yards.
I agree,
Right.
but
I don't think the building department focused on Peninsula at all because
was
Peninsula
approved.
was not being impacted in any way, shape, or form.
Okay.
No modifications were occurring on that side of the property. So I think they focused mostly on Ibsen and Island and treated those as the front yards.
Okay.
And they treated the space between I guess it would be the northerly side of the new addition and the property to the north on Ibsen as the side yard.
right, I see that. And
Which
what
is,
was that?
which is measured at 10 feet.
It's supposed to be
as-
20.
And it's supposed to be 20, but the current building is at 12 feet. The current building that's being demolished is at 12 feet. So
And then-
we're basically getting 2 feet closer than
Existing.
the dwelling structure that was converted for religious use that is being demolished.
Okay, and then the last piece of that is the characterization of, I'm just trying to find the rear yard. So I see,
The rear yard, they
yard
call, at
is-
least on the site plan,
Right.
they show the rear yard being 15 feet, and that's based upon if you follow the line, the property line up from the front of Ibsen to where it turns 90 degrees to the
Right, I
north.
see it.
You'll see it
That's the
says
rear yard.
15-foot rear yard. That's what they're considering the rear yard on the
but
site
that
plan.
would be inconsistent with the analysis that they didn't bother with Peninsula because that wasn't subject to this application.
I think so.
So what is the rear yard supposed to be?
20 feet, I think, or 25 feet?
25 feet.
25 feet.
See, because do we have a rear yard variance here? That's why I think it's,
Honestly, I mean, again,
I just-
based on the code, there are 3 front yard setbacks here.
I agree.
And the side yard setback that is identified would really be considered a rear yard setback based on the way the code is written. So,
you weren't rejected for a rear yard? I just wanted to, for my own understand what,
Strange things happen down at that building department, and it never ceases to puzzle me when I get denials from them.
So your side yard variance is 10 versus, I mostly just was trying to
No,
analyze.
I
the-
understand.
Side yard is 20 versus 10. Front yard is the 25-10 and at 25-15.
Yes.
All right. That was all I wanted to ask you about right now,
Thank
Mr.
you.
Nelson.
Isn't,
All right,
as
no
a,
more tough questions.
as a dwelling though, that's not a side yard. It would be a rear yard. Don't you have to have at least one rear yard,
Well,
not necessarily side yards?
The ordinance I just went through is not consistent. I mean, it says if you have a front yard, you have a front yard on every street, which would make 3 front yards here, and another section of the code says, you have to have 2 side yards, so that can't happen, so it's not really
And the previous
harmonious.
application for the corner parcel, which was at the same time.
Which corner parcel?
On Peninsula and Island Avenue, considered what Bill just described as the rear yard, because
Oh, so I see.
they took that into, I assume, took that into consideration.
They just kept that as, which is a
as the
little
rear
weird,
yard.
but, all right, I got you. So I think I understand. Thank you. Island.
I think Joe wants another question.
No.
Pardon?
Turn that light off. Thank you.
What did he say?
This guy's out of control. Mr. Muller.
Mr. Muller.
Good afternoon. For the record, Wayne Muller, Robinson and Muller Engineering, offices at 50 Elm Street, Huntington, New York, appearing on behalf of the applicant to discuss parking and traffic-related matters.
Mr. Muller, since the last time you qualified as a parking and traffic expert, which was about 20 minutes ago, have any of your qualifications changed?
No, they have not.
So we will qualify you once again as a parking and traffic expert, and you may testify as to such.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
For the record, we just handed in copies of our analysis dated February 14, 2024, in both an 8.5 by 11 form and then one set of 11 by 17 tables and figures that are appended to my February 14, 2024 document to aid in the board's review if they so desire. The project has been very well described by Mr. Benesso and Mr. Nelson, so I'll just briefly summarize my report. As indicated on the plans, which are prepared by PDF Architecture, last dated June 2023, and as indicated by Mr. Benesso and Mr. Nelson, the addition that's being proposed here today will require an additional parking variance. As indicated in my report, a total of 178 parking spaces are required, 54 for the current project, and the balance being for the previously approved project, which is 124 parking spaces which were previously required. Yes, the site, both the existing facility and the proposed facility, does not provide any on-site parking, solely relies on parking that's on street. Based on our discussions with a representative of the applicant and Mr. Benesso's office, we performed observations of the parking conditions in and around the subject area on 4 different days. That would be Thursday, February 1st, 2024, between the hours of 4:30 p.m. and 11 p.m. Friday, February 2nd, 2024, between 5 a.m. and 2:30 p.m. in the afternoon, and then again from 4:30 p.m. to 11 p.m. Saturday, February 3rd, 2024, from 6 a.m. to 2:30 p.m., and again from 4:30 p.m. to 11 p.m., and on Sunday, February 4th, from 6 a.m. to 11 a.m., and 4:30 p.m. to 11 p.m. As indicated in my report, the dates and times were chosen as they represent the typical peak periods of operation for the existing synagogue. A visual representation of those areas within the study area and its relationship to the synagogue, both existing and proposed, is contained in figure EX1 of my report. As you can see, we performed a very comprehensive parking analysis. The results of our analysis has indicated that during the 4 different days, the the peak times within each day varied. The peak time on Thursday was at 8 p.m., where there were 96 vehicles parked within the study area, translating to a 26% parking occupancy. On Friday at 5 p.m., which represented the peak time, there were 143 vehicles parked, translating to a 38% occupancy. On Saturday, the peak time was at 4:30 p.m. There were 150 vehicles parked, 40% occupancy. And on Sunday, 7:30 in the morning, 154 vehicles were parked, translating to a 41% occupancy. As indicated by Mr. Bonesso and the applicant, the representative of the applicant, there are no anticipated significant changes to the operation of the facility. The proposed addition is mainly to accommodate the existing activities, however, to provide them a little bit more room. As indicated in my report, and as I just testified, there is an abundance of available parking within the areas surrounding the subject property to accommodate the activity generated by the subject property. I would also like to indicate that on Peninsula Boulevard, there are 2 traffic signals that are very close proximity to the subject property. The first one is located at Howard Avenue, which is a little bit 1 block west of the subject. I guess it's south. It's a weird kind of angle. Peninsula goes on a weird angle. Southwest. It's a signalized intersection. It has the pedestrian push buttons so that people can safely cross the street. And again, to the north and east, there's a traffic signal at the intersection of Peninsula Boulevard and Longacre Avenue, which again contains all the pedestrian push buttons and the don't walk signals to allow people to safely cross the road should they live in the areas on the, I guess that'd be the east side of Peninsula Boulevard and then walk to the facility, or they live and care to go to the facility. So therefore, based on our analysis, it is my professional opinion that by granting the relief required to allow the construction of the addition to the existing synagogue will not have any significant impact to parking conditions in and around the subject property. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
So, Mr. Muller, if I summarize your testimony, basically saying that as the site currently operates, there's ample parking in and around the community to accommodate the needs of the congregation, even when it's not Shabbos, when congregants aren't walking to the area. Is that correct?
That's absolutely correct.
Okay, and that applies beyond Shabbos. So even during the weekday evenings, that's not a problem.
Not a problem.
And with the addition of this new this new section, based on using that for the multipurpose room, for collations, both during Shabbos and during the week, that too will not be a problem.
That's absolutely correct.
Mr. Muller.
Are there any time limitations on the street parking?
Just bear with me 1 second.
According to Mr.
Figure
Daskell.
EX-2.
According to Mr. Daskell, there aren't. Oh, okay.
There's a couple.
Oh, there are
a couple.
A couple of spots.
Right there, second. That's why you have the, well, no, I gave you the 11 by 17 version. All right, see, I took care of that again. I've learned. It's taken me a long time, but I've learned. So as you can see from figure EX2, the green areas are all the areas that we observe parking in a reasonable walking distance of the site. But all the green areas are unregulated, meaning that there are no restrictions on parking. You can park. That's absolutely correct. But that's already factored into all the counts that we've taken. As you go a little further to the south and west, you can see the yellow areas. Those parking regulations are no parking school days, 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. Right, but I understand what you're saying. So even if we were to look at the times that we counted, so and we'll go back to that information. So on Thursday, where people would drive, correct? We counted between 4:30 in the afternoon and 11 o'clock at night. The peak time occurred at 8 o'clock in the evening. There were 96 vehicles parked, leaving 279 vacant spaces, and the existing occupancy corresponds to a 26% occupancy of the area. Uh, 96 cars parked. 279.
Available.
Available. Yes, all the spaces. Well, we counted a pretty broad area because people would park within the area. And no,
No.
no, there is none.
But I think the point that Mr. Muller is making, and I think your question is fair. But what I think Mr. Muller is pointing out is that even if they did have events like a birthday party or a bris or a bat mitzvah or something like that, there's ample parking on the streets even to accommodate that when they would have them, which would typically be weekday evenings. Am I correct on that? Sure.
My voice. Yeah, so maybe what is anticipated, how often, what things, I didn't even ask, is there going to be any food prep on the premises?
So there really are no anticipated changes. As a practical matter, the size of this, of the addition that we're turning to, is really not conducive for like a midweek bar mitzvah or a wedding or any of that sort. It's just not big enough. Those things will continue to be held
But
at
if
the
you used it
sands.
with the other
So the way that it's used now is, let's say, regularly after the services on Shabbos morning, there's a collation. So what we'll do is we'll clear out sort of the back of the sanctuary, set up some tables in long rows and, and set up some food on that. And we're just proposing right now that would be moved from the sanctuary itself into the building as reconfigured. That would be number one. Now, sometimes it happens, it could happen during the week that there might be a bris. But again, those things tend to be the same size as a collation. Then particularly during the week, we're a shul of professionals, and that's why you'll see from, I don't know if it's stated in any of the materials that's submitted, but you can see from our daily schedule. We're using it in the morning, we're using it in the evening. People are at work, during the day. It's largely professionals, local business owners. That's who are attending this. It's just not conducive to use it at other times.
And that's why we chose the times to observe the
Right.
area that we did, based on discussions
Right.
with the
My
applicant.
concern
Yes.
was, are we lacking in analysis for the other?
Yeah.
So
So
can you just explain what besides the actual religious service and you have some education there, right? What else? What other activities? Mr. Vanessa, what we usually want. Are renting it out for catering or catering yourself or having weddings and, just go over
Right.
that.
None of that is anticipated. What will be anticipated is the same uses that we have it for right now, which would be potentially a midweek bris, which would occur in the morning right after morning prayer services. There would be weekly the collations that would be happening Shabbos after the morning prayer services. And those are really, the type of things that would be happening. Is it possible there might be, a smaller party of, let's say, an engagement party during the week at night? possible, they'll sometimes happen, but again, only if they'd be on a smaller scale. This is just, the facility itself is not conducive for, you know, a large scale, certainly nothing like a wedding or a midweek bar mitzvah, you know, party.
So no weddings,
No, no.
and what about, and no renting it out to, like, other groups, right?
It would only be for the purposes of the congregation members.
And what about, so nothing like a catering hall used that way? And no, and what about cooking?
Well, they have a kitchen, you know, what they have presently is a warming kitchen. They would like to enhance it to some extent, but beyond that, it's not big enough to accommodate big affairs, as Mr. Daskell's saying. They couldn't have weddings here, they couldn't have major bar or bat mitzvahs here. This would be for collations and those types of gatherings that could be accommodated on a bris in the morning or a Wednesday night,
Do you
small engagement party or something like that.
Do you currently have weddings in the other section?
No, we don't.
And is the kitchen proposed with this is that part of the plans here?
It's shown as on the floor
Okay.
plan. On the addition.
Oh, Mr. Mueller, there's there's a school there, I think you mentioned, right?
Yes,
There's a yeshiva nearby, right?
yeah, to the south and, no, south, over here.
I was just thinking of the buses, because it's not very far away, and I didn't know if the bus queuing are there a fair amount of buses with that, or not so much?
Yeah, it's to the west, a couple of blocks. I didn't observe any problems associated with the school, but again, the activity that's associated with the synagogue is there already. We did not notice any significant impacts with that. And in the evening, when they could have other activities, the school's closed, so
Right.
it's actually complementary to that.
Do we happen to know what the size of the congregation is, Mr. Vanessa?
We're presently 130 family members.
And how many students?
So on a typical Shabbos, we'll have about 30 children participating in the youth programs. And again, when we are able to accommodate a teen minyan, you know, that could be as many as 20 teens.
And if you said it already, I apologize. Do you have
No.
a daycare there also, or no?
So like the youth program is sort of like it's a daycare. It could be considered like a daycare. I don't want to give the impression that there's daycare services. There are no daycare services on the premises. But what will happen is the parents are davening in the main sanctuary. The younger children will go to the youth groups, and there are, you know,
I just
people
meant-
taking care of
yeah.
them.
So
But
during the week, you don't have little kids being dropped off?
no, not at all. No daycare services. Not in that sense.
So,
I just wanted to add one thing about the concern you're expressing about the larger parties and the kitchen. The kitchen that we have and the one that's proposed is simply a warming kitchen. It doesn't have cooking facilities, and again, because the intention is not to sort of create the sort of facility either in size or capability for the larger parties that I think you were concerned about. It's
Yeah.
just a matter of the small type of things that are currently happening already.
right, and you're right, it's more a concern, it's a very large parking variance. Obviously, there's great deference given to religious institutions. And the concerns, I can only speak for myself, are more about getting the big picture and understanding really the breadth of the activities that would be there, and whether or not we have enough information right now, which I imagine we do, to fully know that this is gonna flow smoothly and everyone in the community is gonna be happy. So, Mr. Vanessa, like, you know the normal sort of conditions that, so if you might, when you sum up or something, go
Surely.
over the conditions that would
Surely.
fit your client's proposals,
We'll
so
provide
that we know about the
We'll
catering,
provide a new
renting.
set of conditions. Happy to do it.
Do you happen to have the conditions of the previous grants?
I do. I have basically a summary of them. Would you like?
Well, no, I want to see
Oh,
what...
you want the actual ones I have?
Yes.
So just for the record, that completes my testimony. I do believe that there is more than ample parking within the area to accommodate the existing use and any small potential activities that could occur at the synagogue if this were expansion to be approved by this board. But they currently exist in that little house.
Well, one other thing, how long has it been operating there now?
They've been there since 2002, so they're not new to the community. They've already got, as you noted, there's a large parking variance being requested, but keep in mind that they've already been granted a parking variance for the 124 spaces, and this is for the additional 54 that the addition adds. But that being said, they have been there since 2002. It has been working, and based on the testimony, it will continue to work. I think, we've got a good congregation here that wants to make sure that it works.
Do you happen to have a landscape plan that was prepared, or?
We do not have a landscape plan prepared.
It's okay, because you won't have any trees left with that lot here. So-
Yeah, there's not a lot, but I mean, they do intend to do some landscaping. They also intend, and this is something that I brought to their attention, because one of the conditions that are contained in the prior approvals is that they have a refuse enclosure, which they do not presently have. So they've got two different plans. and I
So do
can
you want us to
provide-
reopen that case for modification?
I could provide a copy of the two different concepts to Ms. Clancy for the board to see. They're both on the Ibsen Street side, and they would propose basically a receptacle for the refuse containers so that they are in compliance with that condition.
But wait.
I did provide Ms. Clancy with a copy of the last decision, which has the restrictions and conditions in it, unless you wanted me to go through them now.
I have a question.
No, but it shows that a location for some type of a dumpster facility now on a new one?
No, it doesn't. On this plan that I just gave Ms. Clancy, it shows two alternative locations for a refuse enclosure, not a dumpster.
Because Ibsen's the side with it's already down to 10%, right? Do you mean,
You're gonna need to.
Well,
In
if you
the
take a
rear?
look, but if you take a
just
look
wanna-
at where it's
I don't wanna- I
proposed,
just
it's
wanna
not
hear
on the side of the building near the neighbor. It's rather either on the Ibsen Street side or actually on the Island Avenue side,
is it
based upon the two proposals.
the red markings? Is it?
Yes, it's the colored markings.
Well, that one would encroach significant, the front one.
Pardon?
The front location, you're already down to a 10-foot side yard there, and then it even looks like we're gonna have, it would have to be
That's not
looked
the
at.
side yard. Which one are you referring to?
Well, it's a front yard, but I meant the space on that side of it. No, I meant like this is already down to 10 feet. This, no, that's not the one I was confused, no. This is the one I was confused, that I think is the poor location. Because
We wanted to keep it away from here, which is next to this house, which is very close to the
that's what the building, you're gonna have to look at this to see if you need a variance for that.
It's basically like, it's not a structure. It's like an enclosure.
All garbage cans. And they're going to, in line with, I see the mottos.
We get people with Rubbermaid, don't we?
Yes.
Come, cut and cry.
Just let the record reflect that Mr. Vanessa approached to point out to the board some potential proposed locations for the trash enclosure. Mr. Vanessa, do they have any buses or vans? Mr. Muller, do you know? No buses, no vans.
I do not know the answer to that question.
Oh,
What was the question?
Buses or vans?
Moving, do you have buses or vans associated with you?
We don't own any buses or vans.
and is your trash picked up privately or by the town, and how often?
It's by the town, and it's the regular town schedule. I don't know that offhand.
Do you know if it's two times a week?
I believe so, 2 times a week.
Now, I take it there's a curb cut somewhere there, Mr. Benesso, if it's on that side?
Where are the curb cuts?
Or is it a scenario where it's in an enclosure, but you would move the cans out? Or is it where the truck needs to get up to the cans and,
We actually bring the garbage cans and the boxes, the cardboards out to the front.
There are no curb cuts. because
That's why I
there's no-
ask.
There's no parking on the site. Before closing, I do have 6 letters in support all from people within the 300-foot radius, several.
We'll
are
accept
either
those
Across the street or
in
on
evidence.
Ibsen or Glen Drive.
Where?
And then the last thing I'd like to address is just the Nassau County Planning Commission. The Nassau County Planning Commission indicated that they would not make a determination until they had more information. I spoke with Marty Katz, who's the zoning coordinator over there. He had asked me a lot of questions about the project. I gave him the answers, and then he asked for a traffic report. And I told him, look, it's not, the traffic report is not something that in the town of Hempstead gets submitted in advance of the hearing. It's prepared for the hearing. So it was only available last week. Last Friday is when it was completed. And this week, we reviewed it and finalized it with Mr. Muller. And once I had it, I provided a copy to Mr. Katz, who will now present it to the Nassau County Planning Commission at their next meeting. But I wanted to make it clear why the Planning Commission hadn't made a recommendation as of this time. They wanted a traffic study, now they have the traffic study. And that's our direct presentation. We would just like the opportunity to close after any public comment.
We should do Family Feud.
Oh, no, this is just my notes, I close it.
She will.
1 second.
Name and address for the
I
record.
appreciate your patience.
Swear.
I had it open, and then what happened was I stepped out, and I closed it. Okay.
What is your name and address? Sorry.
My name is
Sure, good.
Chandra Hurston.
She's right across. Joe. Right across.
Yes. I do.
Right. She's right
My name
across
is
Ibsen.
Barbara
Ibsen.
Hurston. I live at
Corner
812
house.
Ibsen Street in Woodmere, New York.
She's right here.
Just so you know, I would not usually come to something like this, but I wouldn't take the time off to do this, but I felt that this was important, not only for just me, but as a member of the community. Thank you, I appreciate your patience.
okay.
I had set this up last night because I figured I'd be nervous. I stand before you not as a resident, but a concerned member of our community, directly affected by the variance granted by the congregation and other congregations in the neighborhood. For over 25 years, I've cherished my home and neighborhood for its peace and quiet. However, the current proposed expansions of the temple have significantly, and I'm talking about the ones they've already done, have significantly disrupted the tranquility. The variance allowing off-street parking has led to severe congestion, with cars frequently parked on my lawn, blocked driveways, and making it difficult for residents to find parking near their own home. I understand the decision that has cited to justify variance raised important questions about the balance between religion and community living standards. While I respect and support the right to worship, I believe there must also be consideration for the impact on the surrounding community. The expansion of the temple facilities will likely exacerbate the issues already affecting not just parking traffic, but alternating the character of our neighborhood. Despite attempts to communicate with the temple leadership about these concerns, promises have been short-lived and unfulfilled, particularly regarding maintenance of the property at 811 Ibsen Street and the parking. I am here to request that any further expansion take into account the needs and rights of the residents. I understand the importance of religious institutions and their place in our community. However, it is essential that their growth does not come at the expense of the residents' quality of life. I believe through dialogue and cooperation, we can find a solution that respects both the congregation's needs and those of the neighborhood. Thank you for your consideration to my perspective and for my role in maintaining the balance that makes our community a place we can all go home. Now, I just want to know, because there's some things that were said here that, he's mentioned that there's with this variance, there'll be 4 variances that affect Ibsen Street. The Young Israel of Woodmere, the school that was built, the variance that has already been given to Temple.
Okay. I want to
Slow
follow
down.
you, so slow down. So he mentioned there were 4 variances. Say
Yes.
that part again, slower, 'cause she has to take it down.
No problem. There are 4 variants that affect our neighborhood. There are 3 variances that already affect our neighborhood.
4 variances that he's proposing, or
And
that other
with,
people
and
have?
with this variance, it'll be 4 that affect our neighborhood.
There were only 3.
But
3 in the special exception. Yeah.
They are the Young Israel of Woodmere.
On this property?
That's
Okay, I get
across
2
Peninsula
variances.
Boulevard.
Hold on. You mean, we have 2 different views. So you mean there are 3 other variances?
That have already been given that affect our neighborhood.
Okay, wait, on this
On
property?
different locations, yes, and
Okay.
including this one.
Okay,
Okay.
go ahead.
Okay, the Young Israel Woodmere was giving an off-premises parking. What happens is on high holidays, we are inundated with cars that come in to park before. So our street is completely blocked. I mean, I come in and I can't find parking with blocks of my house.
When you
Then-
say our street, which street do you refer to?
Ibsen Street.
Okay. And would you mind telling me where the other religious institution you just referred to
The
is?
school
Right
was
across.
given a variance to minimize the parking. However, when they have events or they have graduations, they all come and park on our block, on Jefferson, they park all over the place.
So you mean the Young Israel that's across the street, across Peninsula from the
Yes.
subject property?
They will park on our street.
Our street being Ibsen, right?
Yes, they will park behind them, they will park on Peninsula, and then the overflow will come to our streets. If you want to have a map that I can give you showing this.
She's here. Couture, she's here. That's her house. This is the proposal. That's Young Israel.
So the parking issue,
Yes, it's significant. It's to the point that I have to wonder when I'm going home, is it a holiday? Will I be able to park? Can I pick up groceries? Because I made a mistake of picking up groceries on a Purim. I had to park 4 blocks down with 10 bags of groceries that I had to keep on begging back. This is not just a one-off thing. This is something that is happening throughout the year, multiple times, and on a daily basis. I mean, I can give you pictures of what is happening. Okay. I took the photographs, yes. 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 And I have in there, but I have larger ones because I understand about eyesight. This is, yes. And I can give you this as well. This I only have 1 set of. And I have a set of this.
the one that you only have 1 set of, are we able to keep that?
Yes, that is correspondence I've had with the temple itself and the pictures, the larger versions of the maps in regard to what's happening with the parking.
This temple, not
This-
the other one?
No. But I also did include what happens with I included what happens with the school, this temple, and the Young Israel Woodmere, because they all
Where's
converge all
the
on
school?
Ibsen Street. whenever there's an issue, they're all parking on our block, and it's making it extremely difficult for us to park there.
So is the parking your primary issue?
No, parking is primarily my issue. The other issue I have is I would like them to also put benches in with whatever they do, because the reality is what happens is they have no place to come, they have no place afterwards to sit and just talk, which a lot of them do. And what's happening is they're all coming to standing by my house, and they're talking for 20, 30 minutes, which is a little unnerving. You know, I didn't take pictures of that because I'm not sure if I would be allowed to, but that's something that rather, it's a little disturbing to have people you don't know who's standing outside your house. You know, it's one thing when it's your neighbors and you go, oh, that's Gladys or whatever, but I don't know these people, and it's rather uncomfortable. And in regard to the dumpsters, I appreciate the gesture, but where they're doing it right now is perfectly fine. If they want to maintain it there, I have no issue with that. And would actually
Where is it
prefer that they keep it where it is because it's
don't-
two-way.
Mr. Vanessa, I don't know where it
Where
is
is it?
now. I don't think
It's closer to their front door.
Which front door? I mean,
The front door on Island Avenue. How's that? I mean,
Katora. Looks like it's here.
yeah, I can't see it.
That's fine.
I don't see it on the, is it on the site plan, Mr. Vanessa? It's not?
What's that?
The,
No, it's not. That was just something that was developed as a result of my bringing up to them that they needed to address.
but I meant the
revenue.
existing location.
Is what on the
She
existing?
said that she likes the location currently of the dumpsters, which she said is on the front.
The refuse containers, which is
Island
closer-
Avenue? But I-
Closer to Peninsula Boulevard.
Do you see it? No, that's a ramp.
If that's where they want, if that's where it's desirable, then we could do it there.
I just wanted to find it.
Currently, it's in between the two buildings. So it's halfway, right, so it can't be in between the two buildings, but that's where it is right now.
Of course, it's one building. Okay.
Okay, so the significant amount of people congregating outside of your house, the traffic, and you have the comment about you think the trash refuge location is good.
I would like to have them put benches in, and the other issue I have with this is they're saying, well, we don't do events. Well, they've had events there already, where they've had tents. You know, I assumed it was permitted through the town, but they've had events there where they've had catering come in. So with them having the space, all they have to do is get outside catering, which they've already done, and then we have the trucks coming in with the catering, which is another rigmarole. I mean, the reality is, the way they explained it, if that was what was really happening, I can guarantee you I wouldn't be here. I wouldn't have taken a day off work, because the reality is I've been looking at my Outlook, and I'm gonna have about 2 hours worth of work when I get home, waiting for me. I'm coming because this is a serious issue. It's an issue we've been addressing with the temple itself, and they never address it. We've asked them to work on parking, have their members park in areas that are on the corners or down the street. It never happens. They have a lot of seminars that they give, and a lot of people come out of town, and they're coming in. And I mean, I've lived in the town of Hempstead my whole life. I've lived in Woodmere, I've lived in Bontour, I've lived in Levittown. What I have experienced with them parking, I have never experienced anywhere else in the town of Hempstead.
Mr. Vanessa, can you speak to the tents issue, if that's past, present, future, and also, I don't know, maybe speak to the seminar issue that, in the context of the same issue like the big gatherings?
Sure. First, I would note for the board that I'm here today not just as a congregant of the applicant, but also as a resident of the town of Hempstead. My wife and I have raised our family of 4 boys for over 20 years in the town of Hempstead. Our oldest son works in the area, My second son goes to school at NYIT in Old Westbury. We are part of this community, and this impacts what we're proposing, what the applicant is proposing, and I'm here on behalf of, but it also impacts the community, and as a community member, my thoughts are that this is extremely helpful to the community, and it has been. With respect to the parking issue, I think that the submissions that were provided by Ms. Hurston demonstrates what we've said, which is that you'll see in many of those pictures there's ample parking available, and that yes, during the periods of time, high usage, you will find people will come. If it's going to be a Shabbos, particularly if it's going to be, Yom Kippur or Rosh Hashanah, people will come, they will park the car, and during those periods of time, there will be, the cars will take up in the immediate area. Ms. Hurston has requested of us that no one park at all in front of her corner house on both sides, on the
No,
Ipsen
that's
side
not true.
or the island side. I can tell you that the rabbi and the members of the board have advised the members of that and have asked them not to. We do know that there are sometimes, and I think we do, for the large part, a pretty good job of that, because we do, care about our neighbors. I was actually here 10 years ago when we made our last application, and we had about 8 neighbors come, and they hired a lawyer, and it was, I can tell you, extraordinarily painful to us that there would be any hard feelings. And we've worked hard to ameliorate those, and I think that's demonstrated by the amount of support that we have with us today and the extent that there is opposition, by the limited amount of opposition that there is. So we'll continue to do that. I do know, with respect to the parking in front of Ms. Hurston's home, we have made an effort, and I can tell you, our rabbi, who's here with us today, has actually invited Ms. Hurston into the sanctuary to tell for the members to hear from her herself that she'd prefer that people don't park in front of her home, and we've made an effort to do that. There are sometimes people who come who don't know. They might be new to the neighborhood or visiting, and they might park in front of her home. But we make the effort not to do that as a means of trying to accommodate our neighbors, and we're going to continue to do that, and we're going to continue, and we will attempt to improve on it on that, because of course, our goal is to be good neighbors, and that's what we try to do.
Can I ask you, the lot area occupied that's proposed, I think is 52 and change, and it's a single-story structure now, what exists. Was any consideration given to put a second level on that as of right and have a nice big parking lot and kind of, is there a reason?
When we were here last time, we had actually proposed that space be turned into a parking lot, and the neighbors asked that it not be. And that's why it wasn't. Our proposal 10 years ago was that area where the house is now should be a parking lot. And the neighbors said they prefer that it not be one. So that's what happened.
Well, I don't think they probably preferred it not be a parking lot if the alternative was a structure.
Yeah.
I mean, that was like, but I'm just, like,
Again-
it's a single-story structure now. Just because the lot area occupied that's being proposed is quite high, and you need some parking, and it seemed like it just isn't easy. But I just wanted to know if there was a reason that was, if it was considered and why it was rejected.
This is a more economical approach, going out sideways, and also as our membership ages, it's also a little bit more practical. On Shabbos, for example, our members wouldn't be able to use an elevator, so we have that in mind as well, that to accommodate our membership as they're aging, a single floor structure would be more conducive. And I do think it's important to reiterate that we're not looking at all to expand the types of uses that are currently going on. We just want to reconfigure the space so it is more accommodating for the uses that we presently have.
If we were to consider granting this, then would you accept a condition that you can't put a second story on it if we're instead of a second story that you could be as of right, we're giving up a lot of parking and a lot of area occupied. The last thing that needs to happen is 5 years from now, put another level and so on. So as a trade-off, is that a condition that you would be willing to accept if we are inclined to grant the application?
It would break my heart, because when I was here 10 years ago, I thought that's one day what we would be doing. But it's something that I would have to discuss with the board. I'm not in a position today to agree or not agree to that, but it's certainly something we would go back to them and discuss.
I mean, because I see this as the alternative to the, like.
We would
put a
have to
sec-
come back to this board anyway, before we could ever do any such thing. We'd have to come back to this board, we'd have to ask for a greater parking variance, we'd have to
Right, but it
establish-
would be a different scenario if it were a condition, because I sort of see it as a trade-off. Like, we don't want to put a second level on our building, which we could probably do as of right or close to it, and provide a fair amount of parking to make it work, seemingly better. So as a trade-off, okay, if we're going to give you that, then you're giving up that. I'm just saying, it sort of seems to me like one or the other, but.
Yeah, it's two points to add to that. One is that the homes immediately surrounding the synagogue are all one-story homes, and in the immediate area of our synagogue, none of them have been raised. Some further down the block have, but
So even more reason not to put a second story on if we give you this.
Exactly. If we put a second story on, the people coming in here and saying, oh, that's going to really change the character. We thought that this is actually more in line with what would be appealing to the neighbors. And again, we have spoken to the neighbors, and before we came here, and this, again, evidenced by the fact that we don't have, opposition here except in one instance. This is something that our neighbors are happy with, that we were proposing. So this does take into consideration the concerns of the vast majority of our neighbors. I do understand, the issues that Ms. Hurston raised, and again, I feel like we've tried to address them, and we're going to continue to, and hopefully improve on those as well.
I'm sorry, can I rebuke that, please? Can I respond to that?
Okay.
Okay, in regard to the houses, most of the houses in our neighborhood are 2 stories. They're capes. They are 2 stories.
Okay.
It wouldn't be out of it, and there are 2 houses, one on Ibsen and one on Jefferson, that are 2 stories, so that would not look out of line. In regard to his response saying that the temple has reached out to me, I have included all my correspondence with the temple. At no point did they ever respond to any of those emails that I sent them. If they would have, I would, and also
Okay.
in regards, I did give an option, that the same option that you suggested of building the second story up. And there is something else I would like to address. If they go ahead with this, can we have Ibsen Street permitted residents? Because the reality is, I don't want everybody parking like they have by Nassau Medical and the UBS Arena, where we can have, where it is, it's residents of that street who are permitted to park there. Even though he is a member, he lives in Woodmere, I will not dispute that. He doesn't live on my street. He is not my neighbor, which is something I had spoken with about to the Rabbi back, and I never got a response back.
The parking thing, I'm not sure exactly how it works. It's not within our purview.
Okay.
You have to go to the town and see if there's some mechanism where they limit the spots, maybe
Thank
it's,
you.
whatever it is. So we can't, that's not something we can address here.
I wasn't sure, but I wanted to ask. Thank you for that.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Is there anything else you'd like to add, ma'am?
The one I thought you took.
No, I have nothing else, but I just,
Well, that's over there, but
the
yes.
option that she discussed, I had put that in my thing. That was an option I thought would be great for the neighborhood. So, thank you for your time. I hope I was clear and concise and didn't cause too
You
much
are.
problem.
You were. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Have a good evening and have
To Mr. Bonessa?
If there's no one else,
I don't
Addressing
believe
the
there
board.
is anyone else. Is there anyone else who would like to speak?
okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, just very briefly, as Mr. Daskell indicates, yes, we have one resident opposing the application, one resident in a radius map that accommodates probably 60 to 70 homes. I think that's a pretty good indication that things may not be as bad as they have
Mr.
been
Bonessa
asserted.
has a chance.
We have expert testimony from a recognized traffic expert who rebuts the assertions that there is no parking available in the area. The fact of the matter is, there's ample parking available even when it's not Shabbos. So, and that is borne out by the empirical scientific data that was collected and has been provided to this board. And certainly, when the assertion is made that this is going to alter the character of the neighborhood, at the same time, this person is indicating that there are 4 other synagogues or religious uses in the area. They make up a part of the character of the neighborhood. So this congregation, which has already been there for over 20 years, is a part of that character of the neighborhood. They are seeking an addition, a 1-story addition, one that will be in keeping with the appearance of the existing building, and that will flow seamlessly throughout the property and be utilized in the same manner that they are utilizing it presently. So I think, all that being said, the variances and special exception relief that's being sought has been established by both Mr. Daskell's testimony and by the expert testimony provided herein, and I would ask the board to grant the application. Thank you for your time.
Mr. Benesso, will you, we had a discussion at the bar about a landscaping plan. I assume you'll discuss that with your clients? Should
We'll
this-
certainly put
should the
together a
board
landscape plan
consider?
for the board's consideration.
Okay, thank you.
And you're further going to consider no second-story addition?
Yes, we will
They-
discuss
they will
that as well,
consider
correct.
And get back to the board?
Yes.
All right? You will. You'll submit the conditions proposed?
Will do.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
No, ma'am, the hearing is closed. Remember I told you at the beginning what the protocol was? You've submitted sufficient evidence for the board to consider. You're welcome. Franklin Plaza. Who's here on Franklin Plaza? Pardon? Mr. Pellegrini, can I have a motion?
I move the hearing be closed, the case placed on the decision calendar. When the board renders its decision, all those who signed in will receive a copy of that decision.
Second? All in favor?
Aye. Next case.
Next case, 12324 Franklin Square, Franklin Plaza LLC. Install 1 double-faced illuminated detached pylon sign, 116.07 square feet per face. Overall size, 232.14 square feet. Overall height, 24 feet. Setback, 7 feet from New Hyde Park Road, also known as 166 to 206 New Hyde Park Road.
That's the reason. No, Rob did. Said a lot of
Please
things
be
he
seated and
should
state
never
your
have
name and
said.
address for the record.
I listened, I learned.
Yeah, you shouldn't have listened.
Bob Rosenberg, 500 Old Country Road, Garden City, New York.
Do we?
Good afternoon again, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. William Benesso for Chili Deegan Tirana, 333 Earl Ovington Boulevard, Uniondale, New York, here on behalf of Franklin Plaza LLC.
Mr. Benesso?
Yes.
Has your client been sworn in?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yes. Mr. Rosenberg, seated next to me, is with Breslin Realty. Breslin is the, or Franklin Plaza LLC is a subsidiary of the Breslin Real Estate Development Company, and they are the owners of Franklin Plaza, which is situated on the easterly side of New Hyde Park Road in Franklin Square. This is an existing shopping center with a little over 612 feet of frontage along New Hyde Park Road. It's comprised of an anchor store, which used to be a King Cullen, and now it's a Holiday Farms supermarket. There are 8 or 9 additional stores in the center. I believe the Rite Aid just went vacant, but other than that, there are various retail and personal service shops in the facility, and it recently went through a facelift, if you will, and now this is the last portion of that. Presently, there are 2 small pylon signs
that service the property. One on the southerly end of the property at the entrance to the premises, and one at the signalized intersection, which is adjacent to Tulip Avenue, or across from Tulip Avenue. The proposal is to remove the monument sign at the signalized intersection and replace it with a more robust sign, one that requires the variances that are before you. The variances needed are for the size of the sign. It's proposed to be 116.07 square feet per side, whereas 32 square feet per side is permitted. Its overall height is 24 feet, while 15 feet is permitted, and it is set back 7 feet from the roadway as opposed to the required 20 feet. Now, 20 feet. Now that being said, it's important to note that this is a rather large shopping center, and this is the only signage that will be present identifying the various stores in the shopping center. It's a new sign. It'll be much more attractive. The sign structure makes up a large portion of the additional height that is being requested. The top indicating Franklin Plaza, but the actual tenant identification signs, those start at a lower height of approximately, I'm going to say they're at about 16 feet, 17 feet in height. But it is a larger sign, but this board has recognized and granted, recognized the need and granted variances for larger signs for larger shopping centers. The board recognizes that the zoning ordinance doesn't differentiate between a single commercial lot that might be 50 feet wide and have one business on it and has the requirement for 32 square feet and 15 feet of height and 20 feet of setback versus a shopping center that is the size of this one. What is the size? 44,000 square feet, almost an acre in size, that has a large anchor store and 8 or 9 other stores associated with it. That same property with 612 feet of frontage has the same limitation of 32 square feet per side, 15 feet of height, and the setback. So the board has often in the past for larger shopping centers granted relief of this type. We're asking for the same relief as that for this. Again, it will be the only major signage on the property. I presume you're keeping the small monument sign that will be situated on the south end. It's a small monument sign that is for an entrance-only portion of the property, and has no impact on vehicular traffic. This will be set back 7 feet as opposed to the 20 feet, but that's the setback of the existing monument sign that it's replacing. And the clearance below the sign will provide ample sight lines for vehicles leaving the site and not create any kind of hazard in vehicles pulling out. Plus, it is a signalized intersection, so all movements are controlled in that regard anyway. So we think the size, the height, and the setback variances sought are reasonable considering the size and scope of the shopping center, and we would ask the board's approval.
Well, Mr. Ganesso, it's also on the other side. So
Sorry?
if I'm trying to pull out there, the sign is located on the side of me that will not be a problem, right? Because it's
Correct.
it's to the left, that it's on the opposite side, so it shouldn't be an issue, and you have the 7 feet below, I realize, but
Right.
even so, the traffic's coming from the other direction.
Correct.
Pull out.
Signalized.
As you say, it's 7 feet of clearance, so you can see right through the 2 posts that make up the structure for the sign. But you're right, any vehicles leaving, the only obstruction would be if they were looking to the north, and consequently, see, I'm working here, Mr. Pellegrini. It's been a long day.
To the north.
But,
Yeah, I know.
If you were leaving and going to the north, and that will not be obstructed by the setback of the sign or the clearance for the sign.
New Hyde Park Road,
Thank you.
just south of Garden City.
That's our direct presentation.
Do I have any other questions from the board? If not, do I have a motion?
I move the hearing be closed, the case placed on the decision calendar. When the board renders its decision, you will be notified. Thank you, Mrs.
Okay.
Vanessa. Thank you,
All
sir.
in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions?
And happy Valentine's.
Thank you.
Likewise.
Our next case is 12424 West Hempstead, the Indian Kananaya Catholic Community of Greater New York Incorporated, special exception for permission to park in Residence B District and to park in front yard setback with insufficient maneuvering aisle in conjunction with religious use, proposed parking lot, also known as 275 Locust Street. Please stand to be sworn in. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Please be seated and state your names and addresses for the record.
Good afternoon, Chairman and board members. My name is Alex Choi, 265 Lexington Avenue, West Hempstead, New York, 11552.
Good afternoon, Board of Directors and Board members. My name is Thomas Thornton. I'm one of the board member. My address is 19 Deepan Avenue, Flower Park, New York, 11001.
Excuse me, as we understand it, the Reverend would like to make a statement, and he has to leave early, so Reverend, would you approach? Swear him in, please.
You don't swear religious clergy.
Yes, I do.
Please state
Yeah,
your name and
is that
address for
right?
the record.
I'm Reverend Raymond, and my last name is spelled Lorthioir, pronounced Lotoire. And I'm the pastor of Trinity Lutheran Church and 260 Chestnut Street, West Hempstead. My home address is 8 Trinity Court. Both properties abut the IKCC. In fact, we sold them the property.
I didn't see that.
And I've looked over the plan site. I find it very acceptable. The members of the congregation find it very acceptable also. So I wanted to just speak on behalf of the immediate property, as immediate property owners, that the plan looks good to us.
Well done. Thank you for
Thank
waiting
you,
also.
thank you, Reverend.
Yeah, so, yeah, basically, we would like to build a parking lot for the convenience of our neighbors in the community. Like, right now, we just do street parking, and we don't want to block their driveway or anything, so, and a new parking lot would be convenient for members of our community as well, so.
I haven't looked at it.
You want the parking lot, and some of the spots are in Residence B, but then it says with insufficient maneuvering aisle in conjunction, so I'm looking here. Usually you're supposed to have 24 feet, and you seem to have that, so I'm just trying to find where it is that.
I believe the plan been originally we submitted 21 parking, and we resubmitted for 16 parking and made insufficient adjustments.
Wait, I think maybe I found it.
have the folder?
Is it only, maybe only with regard to spot number 1, you have only 22 feet 3 inches, and the rest, does that sound right?
I believe because according to the request, the architect resubmitted the plan.
Yeah, because initially, I think they said that there was insufficient maneuvering, so then we resubmitted it, and so I think it should be fine now.
Well, there appears to be at least one where it's 22 feet 3 inches, which is relatively de minimis.
Okay.
I just wanted to make sure that I understood. And then there's a couple that are in the front yard, that's the relief you seek, but it doesn't appear that, it
Yeah, the
appears you have maneuverability is fine except for one spot, which
Yes.
is good.
Yeah, okay.
But we bought this property, as Pastor mentioned, we bought this from Lutheran Church. Then there was no parking lot at all for the property. And there used to be a AA program when they were owning the property. And those people used to park in the neighborhood, and it was inconvenient for them. That's why we decided to submit a parking application. It's easy for our members also, because we have a couple of handicapped members, so they can come in and park into the parking lot and get easy access to the building.
Sir, you submitted an amended site plan?
Yes, we give it to, I drop it at the grievance office, downstairs in the.
When?
Mr. Chandler. Back in, I believe in December. December or early
It's not
January.
amended. Latest date of the revision, or did you indicate what?
The original plan was for 21 parking lots. They resubmitted for 16 and made all their adjustments.
12, 16, 24, 23?
Or the 16 parking lots now, I believe.
This one says resubmit 12, 4, 23. Is that the right one?
12, 4, 23, it might be here.
I don't know. Here, you threw it over by me. Give that to Mr. Regano. God bless you. That's the one we should look at. And
Yeah, that's the same one I have.
what?
But the question is, do I look at it?
Look at this revision date. Is it? Well, look, no, 12/4/23. Right where your thumb is, right thumb. Yes. This is,
But they don't ask for one. They have special exception for parking in the front and the parking front yard and then special in the building.
that's what I'm looking for.
It's in the file.
Yeah, always until you change it and make it an exhibit.
It should,
Yeah.
it should be like the first or second page. It should be this, right? That's parking in Res B, parking in the front yard, and in the green aisle. Fuck here, wait, parking. Parking in Res B, parking required front yard, general. Minimum parking, no, now that was size, but now they don't need size.
I don't know yet. It might be.
pardon me. So we're just trying to understand, it's a little bit odd situation.
Sure.
So the property that you want to put the parking lot on, you just acquired that?
No, this is the property, this is the side yard along with the building structure. This is one property. It was a grass area.
Yeah, we acquired it in 2018.
2018, we purchased the property from the Lutheran Church.
With the building?
With the building, yes.
Okay.
So during that time, there's no parking lot because when they built the school, there was no requirements for the parking lot.
Right,
So that's why they didn't have it. Originally, they had the plan when they built the school, but they didn't require it because the neighbors are within the area. So the congregants are within the neighborhood, so they didn't need the parking lot. They didn't build it.
Property from the
From the
church.
Lutheran Church.
Lutheran Church.
From the pastor.
So your structure, you purchased your own particular lot, and it was built prior to 1957. Do you know?
believe so, yeah.
And at that point, the town did not have an off-street parking requirement.
Right.
So we're trying to figure out if it wasn't,
Side door, they don't.
I've lived there my whole life, and church, the pastor lives.
Yeah.
The church, and where the pastor lives, is on Chestnut. This is on Locust, parallel street.
Okay.
And this was used by the church. Clearly, people aren't praying anymore, at least not from this group, and they sold it to the church to commodity. So now, this stands alone on Locust, the church stands on the other side. The church has a parking lot.
Okay. But that doesn't, well, let me start off.
Right?
Please raise your
do it
right
again.
hand.
Yeah.
You swear the testimony
Good
that
idea.
you are about to give and you gave is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Okay, now, state your name and address for the record so our court reporter can take down what you just said. I did.
This one.
This structure was built on this property. They basically announced, it says, no, you don't have a 20-spot requirement. You don't have any requirement, right? Because it's between that.
Could you speak into the microphone, please?
272 Locust Street.
Property run with a 20-spot variance. You know what I'm saying?
So, but this particular parcel doesn't appear to me at this point that any parking is required because it was built prior to 1957.
That I can't respond to. I can just tell you that it belongs to the
He
church.
wasn't born then.
All the activity was always on the Chestnut side, and there is a parking lot there.
Okay, but that's not their parking lot.
No, because they only bought this piece.
Right. Do you
What
understand?
we're trying to do is we're trying to make easy for the neighbors. So this
Yes.
way, when our congregants comes, our members comes, they don't have to park in the neighborhood and block,
Okay.
make it inconvenient for the neighbors.
I understand.
That's the
Okay.
purpose we are requesting for a
That-
parking.
That's very nice of you, thank you. Sure your community thanks you, your neighbors thank you too.
See what I'm saying? Okay, I got it. We got it solved.
Yes.
I'll mention it to him, but I'm sure. Okay, is there anything else you wish to add?
No, other than the parking, no, I don't
No.
believe so.
Anyone else here on this case who would like to speak? Okay.
I just want to go back to 2018. I don't understand why the church was able to sell it to somebody else to use like this without the neighbors being notified then. Ever since that sale, or ever since they started utilizing it, my suburban life is gone. I've lived there my entire life. They came in, the first thing they
Please
did was
hang
take down these two magnificent, beautiful trees.
Wait a
And now
second.
they park
I thought that, sold what? Because I thought this piece of property with the structure on it was just always like this.
It was always like that and utilized from the other side where there was a parking lot. Now, it's two parallel streets if you look on the map that you have.
Yeah.
Right, but
Yeah.
who sold to what? You said
The
when they...
church sold
Sold.
this side to them, and the church still has the other side.
But I thought you owned this piece.
They own, no, they own the brick building and the grass, it's one piece.
The Lutheran Church.
The Lutheran church is still there, and there's a little house that the Reverend lives in, the pastor lives in.
The pastor lives there in the house.
That's on the Chestnut side. Chestnut and Locust are like this, they're parallel.
Yeah,
I imagine it's on that
Well,
map.
it didn't
It
have an
is.
impact when it was used
it is.
by the Lutheran Church.
But the Lutheran Church didn't sell it to them. They've always owned it.
No.
No.
No,
Lutheran church
they sold it to us. We bought it.
Oh, well, I
We
just
bought it in
asked them that.
2018.
No, they didn't buy just the plot of land, they bought the building with the land, it's one piece.
Right.
There's a building, and
Is
then
one
there's
property.
One lot.
So
If you
there,
look at the map, it's one
so there's a
property.
church, there's a building, and then the grass. We bought the building and the grass. The church is still the Lutheran's churches.
The church is on Chestnut, and this property we're speaking of here is on.
Was the piece that you bought from the church subdivided off of the church?
I assume it was, otherwise they couldn't afford it.
Separate lot. Might have been a separate lot. It had to be a separate lot.
Well, regardless, this, what are you gonna do with this? Can't void
The
this.
whole reason that this doesn't require parking variances because it was.
It does now.
So, they own this property. This is
Who
built
they?
prior, yes,
The
prior to
applicant.
1957. This, they bought from the church to
When?
make their parking in 2018.
Yeah, 2018, yes.
The applicant today
That's what I said.
owned this property before 1957.
It was, I believe, it was the church, right, in 1957?
Yeah, the church, I don't know when they built it. I believe the building was built in either 1957 or 1965, somewhere around that area. That is the school building. It used to be a school building for the Lutheran church.
Lutheran church, not your church.
Not our church, no. It is a school building for the Lutheran church. They don't have any kids, that's why they decided to sell the property.
To us.
So it was in the market, so we approached it and we got a good price and we bought it.
Nope. He's making parking so they don't bother the neighbors. I don't know why she has to hang it, so it's fine.
And we sent out about 75 notices to the neighbors, and as we see, only one person.
Okay, sir, go ahead, so I just wanted to understand.
So I just went back in time a little bit, I didn't understand how they were able to purchase it, acquire it for this purpose without parking or anything else. It was not built that way originally, and they came in, they've kind of changed life for some of us. The tree is gone, there's parking everywhere, there's garbage on the street, and another neighbor did complain, I believe they emailed you a letter. You hear car doors slamming, you hear people congregating in the street. I kind of felt for that lady over there that spoke before. There's congregating in the street, there's cars starting, there's doors slamming. It's not suburbia anymore, it's really not nice. And I've lived there my entire life, and this is all of a sudden a major change.
Wouldn't this be better because we have a parking lot and we're not parking in?
I know. We usually do. Is the parking lot property in the exact, is the title to it held in the exact same name as the title to the
Yes,
church?
it's also one property. It's
I
all
mean,
one.
is the title in the exact name?
Yes. Indian Kananaya Catholic Community of Asia.
Bought it at different times. It is, it's one lot.
This is the building and this is
Yeah.
the
Right. Okay.
I went to see it. You're gonna hold it.
Yes. Yes. As one property. As one property. Yes. No, no. The Lutheran Church was owning that property, the grass area and the school building.
Mr. Gru.
There was a letter submitted from another neighbor, just, I want to know if you got, I hope you got the other letter from another neighbor, they emailed it in. Okay, if you grant it to them, which my understanding is that religious organizations usually get what they want, then can I at least request that you put trees along the curb and bush in so I don't have to see it? Now I look at an ugly brick building instead of big trees. And now they're gonna, to quote a song, they're gonna pay paradise to put up a parking lot. There'll be no more grass anymore. Can they put up trees? Can you put up big bushes? Something. I mean, already, and it's not gonna relieve the whole thing. You can't get down the street. So what are they gonna put in there, 10 lots, 15 spots? There's still cars up and down the streets.
To putting some landscaping between the parking
It's
lot
already
and the
grass area. There was two big trees. There are totally about 5 trees in the property. During the Sandy, 3 of them fell down to the building and damaged the building. And since we bought it, the pastor mentioned that it's easier maybe if you take the big trees out, so this way it won't come down to the building. That's why we
With all
took the
due
other 2
respect,
buildings out. Pardon me?
that's kind of old news. We're asking you, if this were to be granted, would you put in bushes to shield the
around it.
parking lot and the building from the neighbors?
Because it's a residential
It's a
neighborhood.
residential
And it's in
neighborhood.
a residential neighborhood. As per the town requirements, I don't think we are not allowed to put bushes more than 4 foot in front of the front street.
That's forward of the dwelling. but
Dwelling.
In this case,
You can put it
you could put it,
in here.
look at the dwelling here.
Mhm.
So you could run them all the way down the west property line.
I don't think he's asking for that. I think he's asking for them.
At the west property line, there is a fence already there.
Yeah, but we're not talking about a fence, we're talking about like a visual, like because we're being asked to stick a giant parking lot in the middle of a residential neighborhood. So that it's not an unreasonable request to have a little bit of, landscape screening to make it look a little more like a residential neighborhood that it is.
We can put bushes, as if you give us direction of how tall we can go.
Okay, anything else? Do you have anything you'd like to add?
No.
Any other questions from the board?
Move that the hearing be closed, the matter be placed on the decision calendar. Everyone who signed in on the case will receive a copy of the board's decision by mail once it's rendered.
Okay.
Thank you all, have a nice day.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your time.
All in
Thank you.
favor? Any opposed, any abstentions?
Last case of the day is 12524 Seaford, 3960 John LLC, variances, subdivision of lot, maintained dwelling on a lesser lot, Lot 1, also known as 3960 John Lane, and case 12624 to 12724 Seaford, 3960 John LLC, variances, subdivision of lot, front width from and on street line, construct dwelling with garage with insufficient access pursuant to Section 280A of New York State Town of Hempstead Law, Lot 2, variances, subdivision of lot, front width from and on street line, construct dwelling with garage with insufficient access pursuant to Section 280A of New York State Town of Hempstead Law, Lot 3, south side of John Lane, 44.5 feet west of the right-of-way, known as Washington Avenue. Please raise your right hand to be sworn in. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Please be seated. State your names and addresses for the record.
Mr. Pellegrini. Happy Valentine's Day. You know, I didn't get you chocolate, but I got you something just as good, some packages, if that's okay. May I approach? All right. All right. I did. That's, God, that was hours ago.
They were gone.
Very. I think we asked for it to be withdrawn and then you dismissed it, but I have a whole history for you, Mr. Pellegrini. I'm sorry? My much older brother. Right there.
But it looks like you got something with the,
Thanks, Joe.
Joe, don't complain, he still has hair.
right. Good point.
Okay, should I start rolling?
Yes.
Thank you.
Rid of him.
There it is, you have it. I guess it's good evening, Mr. Chairman, board members.
Good evening.
For the record, Alfred L. Amato, Amato Law Group PLLC, 666 Old Country Road, Garden City, New York, 11530. Noting my appearance on behalf of 3960 John LLC in connection with a 3-lot subdivision. And the applicant is proposing to maintain the existing house and to construct 2 new single-family homes. You heard, there was notice for a request for 7 variances. It really boils down to one single nonconformity, is that the 2 lots that are being created do not have the requisite 55-foot width at the street line.
No.
And similarly, under 280A of the New York State town law, it's required to be 15 feet. Significantly, all the other bulk requirements have been met in connection with this application. So we're here this evening requesting a grant of 7 area variances and a negative declaration of the secret.
You said there's 3, but we have 2 cases. Is one an as of right, then I take it?
Well, I think the 2 cases are broken up. The town has a peculiar section under Section 307 that if you're creating a subdivision where you're creating substandard lots, you also have to get a variance for the existing lot and for the other lots that are now being part of a substandard subdivision.
Okay.
The existing lot is, so lot 1 is at the moment .92 acres, which is 40,000 square feet, 40,043 square feet.
So that's the one that's not the subject of one of the cases?
No, there's no variance, there is a variance requested for that because under section 307 of the code, if you are creating a subdivision and it's and lots are less than what the overall requirements are, even with the conforming lot, you have to get a variance. So,
Lot one is subdivision, that's subject to 307 subdivision.
correct,
Okay, so let's say that's one case.
right,
The second case would be lot two
correct, which is 307,
and
76, which is the town's requirement of 55-foot width at the front yard where it meets the street.
so that's number two case.
Two. Number three is an overlapping provision of Town Law 280A, which requires 15 feet for access on the front street.
Yeah, my confusion was,
It is very confusing.
well, no, because they put two cases together.
Oh, okay.
Usually I have 3 entries on my calendar, 3.
Okay.
But sometimes one's as of right, and so there isn't an entry.
Gotcha.
And
And,
instead, it's organized oddly.
and a duplication of the 3 variances for Lot 2, it's also the same variances requested for Lot 3. But in sum, really, what it comes down to is that we're creating,
Lot
yes,
two doesn't need a 280A, does it?
yes, Lot 2 and 3. The 2 new ones, those are the 2 new ones. So one is existing. So right now, there's actually, to make it a little more confusing, there's actually 2 tax lots right now. The tax lots are 434 and 435. 434 is the bulk of the property, 435 is the southeastern tip of it, which is, it's a smaller lot. Our request is to take the 2 lots and create 3 lots.
Jumping all over, I think everybody's
That's fine.
familiar with
I'll try to follow you.
good luck. With the previous cases, let me ask you, before we get into that, would you like to make the testimony of the previous cases part of today's case record?
No.
Okay.
No.
So, I don't know why, but.
So basically on those 2, on lot 2 and 3, you need front width and you need the 288.
Correct. Which is really overlapping requests. Because if we had the 55 feet on the street, we would not
Yes.
need 288. So this to re-familiarize the board with the case is 130 feet along John Lane, 142 along Washington, and 40 along the private cul-de-sac rather. And the property has 239 feet of bulkhead along Seaford Creek. The property is at the southeast corner of John Lane and Washington. It's zoned residential B, which has a 6,000 square foot lot requirement. The prior application was for 4 lots, we're down to 3 now. Then Dan Baker appeared before you, and the plan was to demolish the existing house, put in 4 new homes, and to bring in 4 driveways. 2 driveways on John, 2 driveways on Washington. In August of 2020, Nassau County Planning Commission came back with a recommendation to go down to 3 lots and to change the driveway access. And then,
Is what before us now what the planning commission recommended?
we went back to the Planning Commission.
Okay.
On February. With the 3 lot, they gave us local determination, and they said it's the Nassau County Planning Commission success story. We followed their advice, and we submitted a completely superior application. So that's where we are, so we're clear in Nassau County.
That's why he's not incorporating the prior testimony.
Listen to the wisdom of the planning commission, huh?
Yes.
Oh, that's not
Well, if you'd like us to resort back to the 4 lots, we're absolutely fine
No,
with
we
that.
don't think
All right,
so.
you want to withdraw this again?
So what do we need to know about these cases?
Okay, so, the existing house, once we have the subdivision, hopefully it's approved, we go down to 20,553 square feet. That's 242% larger than the required 6,000 square foot lot. Lot 2, we're planning at 2,450 square foot house, which, I mean, they're rather, I guess, modest-sized houses. That lot would be 8,616 square feet, which is 42% larger than what's required. Lot 3 is a 2,750 square foot house, and that would be on a 10,874 square foot lot, which is 81% larger than what's required. Significantly, we have taken the 4 driveways, we've consolidated it down to 1. So the pushback from the community, from my understanding from the last time, was that specifically they didn't want the 4 houses, but more they didn't want 2 driveways in Washington. We have a single driveway on John. We're taking the existing driveway, which currently has conflicts with the house across the street on John Lane, and moving it 55 feet to the east, and it's going to eliminate conflicts. We actually have a letter of support from that
In the
neighborhood.
conflicts of pulling in and out of their respective driveways?
Yes, and Mr. Muller will go through that. We're not changing the existing grade. We're proposing to maintain the stormwater on site. I went through Nassau County Planning Commission. We're at local determination right now. They viewed the application favorably. We have a letter from the Seafood Fire District, which has no objections to the plan. And we have a letter from Nassau County DPW stating that there's sufficient sewer capacity.
Is this in a FEMA zone?
Is it FEMA? We're going up about 3 feet, so, I mean, it's right on the creek there.
Okay.
So, we have 22 letters of support that we have submitted. The house across the street, which is 3905, that's the one I mentioned, we're resolving the conflict. The driveway conflict, the next door neighbor at 3950 John Lane, is the property to the west, also has a letter of support. We have 8 letters from homeowners who live on Washington Avenue. And we have a homeowner at 2398 Jackson, which is to the southwest, and 11 letters from the homeowners in the general area of Seafood. In terms of why I think this should be approved, we're going from 4 lots.
It's your brother.
Right. Well, maybe she give him more of a hard time. So 4 lots down to 3, 4 curb cuts down to 1. We're on John Lane, which the town maintains. All access to Washington has been eliminated, and we're otherwise fully code compliant.
Say that again.
As Mr. Muller will testify to, there's minimal additional traffic. I think it's 2 more cars during the peak hour. And as Mr. Lynch will testify, we believe we are.
The land itself is bulkhead around it.
Keep going.
So as Mr. Lynch will testify, we're in general conformity with the community. As Mr. Lynch will testify, he told me we're in a sea of flag lots in this area. Specifically, there are 29 lots within a 200-foot radius. 14 of them are non-conforming lots, and 8 of them are flag lots. I'd like to briefly address, there's 4 letters of opposition, so I'll just address them head on. One person is from Massapequa, this is kind of generalized objections. Another person is another one of the neighbors who was primarily concerned about us raising the elevation of our property.
Which one was that?
That was,
The one concerned about raising the elevation.
the elevation was 2960A, was concerned about elevation. Sure. Yeah. What's his name? Hold on one second.
By the way, I know this is technically flag lot-ish, but it looks much nicer and doesn't even come off like that to me. You know, the way it's designed with the curves and stuff, it definitely comes off much, not like flag lot.
Thank you.
I know technically it's of that style.
But what I'd like to note, Mr. Pellegrini, the person that's mentioning that actually has no road access whatsoever. He has no frontage. So at some point, we couldn't find that that homeowner must have obtained variances.
The elevation.
He found the name of who was worried about the
Okay,
elevation.
thank you. Mr. Lynch was looking it up. And
You gotta read it.
it's on the radius map, actually. Yeah. Do you have it, or will? The radius map? Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
It's, hold
Surrender.
Oh, actually, it's going right here. So what was it?
Hmm?
Is it DeGrazia? DeGrazia?
That's the one to the south.
The elevation.
2367 Washington. 2367.
I have the letters right here. I'm sorry. Hold on.
2367.
DeGrazia. DeGrazia. Yeah. Okay.
He's not related. He's not related to Grace.
The two other letters of objection from 2359 and 2367 Washington Avenue. And, you know, interestingly enough, they were generalized objections, but they actually have obtained all the variances we requested, we are requesting today to build their lots, and Mr. Lynch included copies of those in his report.
That property, lot 83, Garcia Philip.
Yes.
That's landlocked.
Yes.
I remember that. There's a couple of houses.
Right, well, so the three houses in the areas that gave objection letters actually have the same, are in the same exact situation that we're in, have
Yeah,
to.
they have to get there by boat.
Well, and they, presumably, they must have some sort of arrangement, however formal, like what's being proposed here, only this is actually formally dividing it up, like, you know, they probably have to,
They drive over.
ingress, egress over someone else's property, but in this, which is a much worse scenario than what's being proposed here, because this is a formal arrangement so that, you know,
Right, which has been cleared by the fire department. So I'd just like to put something else into evidence, if I may. So this is, one of the record and proof report.
yeah,
And
can you
actually,
say
in
it louder, Mr. Amata, so we have on the record what it is?
Sure. Actually, if you will, I'll read them all into the record.
Okay.
Give me a minute.
So, wait, you're handing up,
So, the earliest submission, there were 14 submissions. The first is a drone photo of the property. The second is an aerial of the surrounding tax lots, which was extracted from the Nassau County Land Records. The third item were the landscape drawings prepared by the landscape architect. The four were the letters from the landscape architect.
wait, is that D?
Yes.
Keep going.
This is May 11, 2021.
Yes, I'll go through that one second.
Okay, so let's.
No,
try
this,
to-
I'm actually looking at the earlier letter, Joe, from Mr. Pellegrini from February 14, 20.
Hold on, February.
I have
wanna
two-
be-
I-
Can we
yes.
just go over the same one? Okay. Which one are you on?
I'm on the letter that's dated today, February 14,
Okay, that's
2024.
this one, it's, yeah.
Yes,
So
the one that
you-
has the big binder clip.
Okay, as you're going
Whatever,
through that,
Yes.
so let's just make the, so going through the exhibit, the cover letter, which is February 14th, 2024 now. You want to go ahead and do whatever you want to do to,
Yes, so we're looking to mark these into the record.
They
Uh,
have been.
so- They have been?
They have
Okay.
been.
Okay.
did you submit this to the file other than today? 'Cause-
Some of them were submitted earlier, and some of them have not been.
Okay, but
So-
All right.
February 14th, 2024.
That has been, that's the first time that it's been
So
marked
we
into.
All right, so
Number this exhibit, so we can say exhibit whatever, right?
Correct.
So, the exhibit, no, this is, that's different. This one
It's
is
applicant's
to
exhibit.
do this. Just say
Give
it
it-
on the
give it a
record and
number.
say what it's marked, so that he can go through and tell us what's in it. And then we can
Thank you.
get it short up.
Yep, thank you. And do you want to, should we give each item, this 49, an exhibit, letter, or number, or you just want to do it as one exhibit?
You can do it by
Whatever's easier.
by
for you.
letters.
It's your choice. If you feel, I mean.
Have
what's
it,
the-
have it one exhibit with 14 subparts.
Okay.
That's great.
So this, so the letter dated February 14th of 2024, and its
Is there another copy of
attachments
this?
has been marked
Is
as
there another
applicant's
copy of this?
exhibit 9.
Okay?
So now do whatever you want to do to identify it.
Thank you. Pardon me? I think the board has
How
5
many
copies,
copies?
and there's one in the record.
Okay, you want one? She just wants it. Yeah.
No.
This is, yeah, we're trying to get them
It's-
all.
This is the new one.
Right, the one you're handling is the one with the rubber band.
Okay, the May 11th, is that already an exhibit, or is?
No, we still have to mark
Okay,
it.
so we need to mark this one and do it next.
Yep.
This
Right?
was marked,
Yes.
that was marked Exhibit A.
No, too many quick saves. Okay. So give it a number. Oh, okay. Okay, so the other one, the May 11th, is exhibit A.
Board number 11.
Mr. Amato, so the May 11th, 21, that's exhibit 8.
Okay.
February 14th, exhibit 9. Now you can do whatever you want for the record. And then at least we have it in.
Can you see that? Exhibit 9.
And there's one other item I'd like to mark in, which is a survey as Exhibit 10.
So marked.
All right. So while she does that, you want to go through and get whatever you want about these?
Sure. So I wanted to put them all in one place just for ease of reference for the board, because it really summarizes the case. I think I've gone through the first 4 items. Number 5 is the composite plan
On exhibit what?
on Exhibit 9.
Okay, this is 9.
And on Exhibit 9, Subpart 5 is the composite plan, which is already in the board's record. Subpart 6 are the individual plot plans. Subpart 7 is the floor plans and elevations. Subpart 8 are the 22 letters of support. Subpart 9 is the radius map showing all the non-conforming parcels in the area. That's part of Mr. Lynch's report that he'll testify to. Subpart 10 is Mr. Lynch's real estate consulting report. Subpart 11 is Mr. Muller's traffic assessment letter. Subpart 12 is the letter from Seaford Fire District stating that they have no objections to the plan. Subpart 13 is the letter from the Town Department of Highways confirming John Lane is the town road. Subpart 14 is the Nassau County Department of Public Works. So Exhibit 8, which is the one that I gave you with the big binder clip. So this was an exhibit our office prepared to assist Mr. Baker with the original case. Our office tracked down the title to this property, going through historic Sanborn maps, and tracked it back to 1919. This is for Washington Avenue. We proved out 2 things. Washington Avenue is in part owned by the town of Hempstead, and is in part owned actually by the property owner, which is the applicant this evening. If you look at this survey that I just gave you,
Which was marked as exhibit 10, right?
Exhibit 10, and if you go to the corner of the property, you'll see a curved line, which is the curb. Then you'll see a straight line which goes out into Washington, okay? So Washington is about 21, 22 feet wide. 12.3% of Washington is actually owned by the applicant. That's private property. Now, the applicant has not demarked that, has not fenced that off, but we're just trying to say that the whole access point to Washington actually goes through private property, and the rest of it's owned by the town. So, but rather than continuing to fight this point that it's actually Washington's on a town road and the applicant's road, the applicant decided to change all the access points and minimize the number of lots, just basically to be a good neighbor.
Okay. And did you need to go through exhibit 8 at all, or you?
No, I think this all goes to the title issues and all the exhibits, but it's basically a very long and exhaustive history lesson that our office went through. That's all I have for a summary. I'd like to ask Mr. Muller to say a few words, and then Mr. Lynch.
Mr. Muller, I could go through the drill, but I'm just going to qualify you again.
Thank you. Again, for the record, Wayne Muller, Robinson & Muller Engineering, offices at 50 Elm Street in Huntington. As Mr. Amato indicated, we prepared a traffic assessment of the proposed project that is part of Exhibit number 9, sub-exhibit number 11 of number 9. And just to briefly say, as Mr. Amato indicated, Our analysis has indicated that the subdivision of the property, creating 2 additional lots will not create a significant increase in traffic within the area. As indicated in our report, we conducted traffic observations at the intersection of John Lane and Washington Avenue and Smith Lane in late January of this past year, and found that the level of traffic activity within this area is extremely minor. We performed similar observations back in 2020 as part of the previous application, which was withdrawn, I believe. We compared the numbers and found that they're basically spot on, and that the levels of activity within this area have not increased in some time, due to the fact that it's pretty much, it is what it is. One thing we did prepare was an exhibit that's called Exhibit EX number 1, I believe. There's a copy appended to my letter. There's a board over here which we put together. I believe we also put it in 11 by 17. Blow-ups of this, but what this shows is the current driveway to the single-family home, which is located in the western portion of the property. This will be eliminated, and then a new 18-foot driveway will be created approximately 45 feet from west from the extension of the Washington Avenue curb line to provide access to the three-lot subdivision. It's my professional opinion that by providing access in this manner, kind of simplifies things in the area, reduces conflict points due to the low level of traffic activity that currently exists. It's desirable to have the driveway on John Lane in order to have the traffic coming out in a more orderly fashion than to have the arrangement that was previously proposed.
One of the questions I think that arose the last time, who's going to maintain that?
The road.
It's a private right-of-way.
So on Washington?
No, John Lane.
John Lane, okay, so for the driveway.
Yeah.
So basically, there'll be an easement agreement, and there'll be a tri-party agreement that'll be recorded in the land records, where each party will have equal responsibility and the ability to lien each other, lien lots. Basically, it'll be essentially a small road association, which is probably the appropriate way to handle it.
Is that what's existing now? Because there is,
No, we will draft that and we will record it against each lot.
how is it maintained now? Do you have any idea?
It's not
Oh, John Lane?
Yeah.
I apologize. I thought you meant on the property. John Lane is a town.
Extension of John Lane.
Well, in front of this house, John Lane is maintained by the road, by the town.
Right.
And we have a letter that I submitted saying that's a town-maintained road, John Lane. The driveway itself, once it comes onto the property, will be maintained by the 3 lot owners, and they'll be shared equally, and we'll have a document recorded in the land records. And Washington, not that it really has anything to do with this application at this point, that's actually, our understanding, is maintained by the town.
Again, briefly, as appended to our document, we contain a copy of the letter from the Seaford Fire District dated February 21, 2023, which indicates that they do not have any authority over this matter, and that the plans are acceptable. And then the final letter that's appended to my document is a letter dated March 30, 2022, which again indicates that that John Lane, I believe it's John Lane, is maintained by the town of Hempstead. So therefore, by providing access to and from the property the way that's depicted on the plans, it's of sufficient width to accommodate the traffic generated by each lot. And as you get further south, it actually increases to some areas where it's greater than 20 feet in front of the house on lot 3. And it's 15 feet of pavement going from, actually 15 feet from lot 3 to lot 2, and then it widens up a little bit to 20 feet of pavement as it goes from lot 2 to lot 1, and then they merge together, and there's an 18-foot driveway on John Lane, which is more than sufficient to accommodate emergency vehicles as well as the traffic generated by the subdivision. be happy to answer any questions. Yes.
In your opinion, if the board grants the application, would drainage and sewage and DEC approvals and grade changes, et cetera, allow this application to go forward?
Yes,
It would all be met.
that's absolutely correct.
Sub-exhibit 14. Sub-exhibit 14. We've got a letter from DPW.
Sewage is available?
Yes, we have a letter that we submitted, a sewer availability letter.
Sub-14.
Yeah, sub 14.
That's part of the,
Actually, read this stuff.
114. Applicant's exhibit 9.
Pardon?
Is water available too?
We don't have a letter of water availability. My understanding, it is available.
Yes.
Good evening.
Mr. Lynch, since the last time you were qualified as a real estate expert, have any of your qualifications changed the last time you were qualified by this board?
No, sir.
Okay, so then we will continue your status as an expert real estate witness.
Thank
And you
you.
are free to testify.
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. It's Michael Lynch at 15 Dewey Street, Huntington, New York, here as the real estate expert. I was here 3.5 years ago with Mr. Baker and with Wayne on the prior application where, at that point, we were seeking 4 lots. As you know, we've reduced it by 1 to 3 lots, and we're now maintaining the original older dwelling that presently sits at 3960 John Lane, which is a little over 4,000 square feet. It's a nice house, but it needs total restoration, so that's part of the plan. Mr. Amato, he'll be restoring that property in addition to building 2 new homes. So this section of Seaford is known as the Seaford Heights. It's in the extreme southeasterly part of the town of Hempstead, bordering Massapequa to its east. The proposal here, as you know, is to maintain the original house on a lot size of 20,553, which, as Mr. Amato indicated, is 242% over the requirement under the Residence B of 6,000 feet. The middle lot, which is Lot 2, would be an 8,616 square foot lot with a new colonial-style dwelling, approximately 2,400 square foot colonial-style dwelling. That lot size is approximately 42% over the requirement under the Residence B of 6,000 square feet. That'll also have some water frontage on the Seaford Creek. And then the southerlymost lot, which is Lot 3, would be also a colonial-style home of approximately 2,700 feet in gross building area on a 10,874 square foot lot. And that size lot would actually be 81% over the requisite 6,000 square foot area under the Residence B of the town of Hempstead. So I prepared a consulting report that was done last summer, and that was submitted. It's approximately a 50-page report. In that report, I also have itemized each of the 14, in addition to photos of the subject property and the surrounding area on Washington and John. I have 14 photos in there of the of the lots that are itemized in the markup on the radius map, which is on page 21, and there's a blow-up of that radius map to my left.
And I'll just add, that radius map is subpart 9 of Exhibit 9.
So what we did in this lot, we marked up those lots within the 200-foot radius that are substandard with respect to either lot width at the street side, which is the 55-foot requirement, or lots that lack street access and thus required 280A variances, if we could find them. And then there's a couple of lots in there that are undersized with respect to the 6,000 square feet. So in total, within the 200-foot radius, there are 29 lots. 14 of those 29 lots are, again, deficient with either 55 feet of width at the street, or lack street frontage, or are undersized. Also, within that 200-foot radius, there are actually 8 flag lots. And again, those are itemized on there. And there's a big concentration of flag lots immediately to the east of the property on the easterly side of Washington Avenue. You can see on the easterly side of Washington Avenue, actually 7 flag lots. And there's a concentration of them immediately to the east of the property at the terminus of Washington Avenue. And as Mr. Amato indicated, these 3 flag lots to the south, they all receive the identical relief that we're seeking in this application, in that they're looking for 280A relief, lot width, the setback, and subdivision. So again, those are right there. Those are itemized in my report. As indicated also, in the original plan, there was a call for 4 driveways. We're now only calling for 1. There'll be elimination of 2 curb cuts. There were 3 originally, or presently stand. We'll have 1 curb cut. So that's certainly a benefit to the community. With respect to the sale prices of these subdivided lots, the original residence, when it's restored, will have an estimated market value of $1.4 million. The middle lot, number 2, which will have some water frontage on Seaford Creek, will have an estimated market value of $1.5 million. And the southerlymost lot at lot 3, which will have the most water frontage and the largest lot, the larger lot of the 2 new homes, and a larger residence, will have an estimated value of $1.6 million. I did a radius search within approximately a half-mile radius search of closed sales over the past 2 years in Seaford, and the median and average sale prices were $600,000 and $610,000. So certainly from a market value standpoint, these aren't going to harm property values. Will only help to raise both the median and the average market value. We're only adding 2 new homes here, 2 net new homes. The old home that's there is going to be restored, which will be a benefit to the community. There's not going to be any obstruction of water views of the Seaford Creek. The only trees that are going to be removed are those that are diseased. So overall, should these variances be granted, there won't be any adverse impact to property values, obviously. And from a character standpoint, I think I've pointed out that in this immediate area of Washington, there's, Mr. Amato quoted me saying it's a sea of flag lots in the area. So certainly won't be out of character with respect to the nature of lots 2 and 3. So it's not a substantial request, and the applicant can't accomplish what he's looking to do here without relief from this board. So if there's any questions, I can answer those. Thank you.
The board is speechless.
Wonderful. Given that we do have a landscape architect, Dean, with us, in case you have any questions, but we have submitted his plans. And if there's nothing else from the board, we'll rest on that presentation.
Any other questions? No, can I have a motion?
Mr. Chairman, I would move that the hearing be closed, the matter be placed on the decision calendar. Mr. Amato, Mr. Lynch, Mr. Mueller, and everyone else who signed in on the case will receive a copy of the board's decision by mail once it's rendered. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All in favor? Aye. Any opposed, any abstentions? We should waive his presentations. Can I have a motion to close the hearings for the day? And then we will do decisions. All in favor, closing the hearings? Let's go with decisions. 10-second break. Yeah. Oh, wait. Where's my calendar?
He did good. He did good. Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
Did you find it?
Why? I'm not gonna make a decision. I wanna inspect. I wanna inspect.
Do you really?
No. It's a no-brainer.
It is.
That was a no-brainer. Yeah, I wonder. Who Peachy Keen, sometimes you have to. All right? No, we don't have to wait for her. We have a quorum.
Let's do it.
Okay. Shall we start? Cases 115 through 118 of 2024. Those cases have been adjourned to May 15th at 2 p.m. Case 119 of 2024, Belmore, 308 Bedford Avenue, Court, DBA Lunchbox Brewing. Do I have any comments from any of the board members except Mrs. D'Amato?
They did offer conditions on it.
Yep.
Hours, conditions.
Which, I can say that the attorney has already emailed me the hours and.
Okay.
As far as you
Biz
remember, it's consistent with his testimony?
Yes.
Yep. Any other questions? Mrs. D? Okay.
Good?
No, that's okay. I think it was all, yeah, I don't really get how.
We all good?
Can we grant it for a specific use?
Yeah.
Because he kept saying, so it used to be retail, which would be 200 denominator, now it's a 100 denominator. And using 78 seats, it should be a max of, I just want,
You didn't want to grant the parking variance for the whole thing, because that runs with the land.
yeah, I want to make it specific to the use if we can. Like, so we're granting a variance
Yeah.
for this use, and also, I don't know if we should put in like a little thing like we relied on this left for burn idea. Mostly just the use.
What? What?
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
drafted.
Yeah,
So draft
with the,
decision.
Okay, next case.
So the brewery is a draft.
Yep, 120, draft. Was that a, Joe?
Yes, sir.
The brewery is a draft, was that?
That's what you.
Did you get it?
Intended.
Did you get it?
It's a little
Okay,
late, but
all
I
right,
got it.
okay.
Thank you for
Case 120 of 2024, Inwood David Hans. I think we...
We're holding that
We're
for
holding that
copy.
because we need a copy of an easement,
Yes.
right?
oh, the other thing on the brewery, you know, they have a whole storage area, so they have 2,095 square feet on the first floor. They have a whole basement.
Storage.
It's not counted, yeah, but it's supposed to be counted in the parking. Can we just check it? Well, if they calculated they needed 78, or whatever number of spots they need.
At 78
But
seats.
it doesn't include, right, which should be part of the requirement. And maybe it's better to let it be, and so we don't grant the higher variance.
Why should...
Yeah. You know what I'm saying?
had a better lawyer when he negotiated the lease. I'm only kidding.
That's fine with me. Can we just make it granted for this use?
So, well, I don't, it's just, it's your, what I would do, we'll grant it with conditions.
Yeah,
And I know you guys trust me, but I will email it to you guys,
okay.
okay?
The only condition I care about is that it's specific to this use.
Which I think if you read the cases that are sent.
Yeah, I haven't read them yet. Okay.
All right, do we want to make a motion on 119 of 2024?
Yes, as soon as I find my calendar.
No, it's all
Okay,
right.
as it relates to case, case
Yeah.
119 of 2024, 308 Bedford Avenue Corp., doing business as Lunchbox Brewing, affecting the property at 308 to 312 Bedford Avenue in Belmore. I recommend that the board adopt a negative declaration as to its secret determination.
Second,
Second.
all in favor?
Aye.
As it relates to the same case, I recommend that the board grant the requested relief with conditions to be prepared by counsel to the board and any other standard conditions applicable to the request.
Second?
All in
That was a
favor?
motion.
Aye.
Do you want to put in the usual microbrewery conditions, which we don't have?
I didn't say that. I was very careful in the manner in which I wrote it. Okay.
Okay. Cases 120, 121.
We're halting for the copy.
We need a copy of the easement.
Yep.
Case 122 of 2024, Congregation Bicephram. Are they going?
They're gonna hold for a copy of landscape plan?
We want to
I
hold
thought?
that?
I don't know, that's what I wrote.
Okay,
Yeah.
Said it, and he would submit the previous conditions
you're
Yep.
right.
enumerated in this one.
Case 123 of 2000.
And his proposed conditions.
Yeah,
So
and
prior grant conditions proposed.
Who has that?
he's also going to
It's
advise us
job.
if he would agree to no second story.
Yeah,
Right.
that's a big deal.
Yeah, I'm gonna,
Because that's a big trade-off thing, you know. If he's asking for this, and you remember I gave you on that this, if I want, we'll check on the analysis, self-inflicted, and there's an alternative
That
way.
whole thing enumerated, yeah. All right, case 123 of 2024, do I have a discussion? If not, do I have a motion?
I thought that was a good case, and it certainly needs a signage and.
Usual
Yes.
sign conditions,
Yes, sign conditions,
Someone want to make a
temporary.
motion?
temporary.
Go ahead, Ken.
Oh,
Okay, I make a
sign,
motion.
Usual sign.
I make a motion to approve case 123 of 24, Franklin Square at Franklin Plaza, with normal sign conditions, temporary.
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, any abstention? Case 124 of 2024, we have the Indian Kanyanya Catholic Community of Greater New York, and we wanted them to install some bushes. Do we want to wait for a
I think
landscape plan, or do you want to?
I don't know that they were getting one. I think we should just, I'm in favor of granting it. Obviously, I think it's a good proposal. There was some issue about how, as a procedural matter, it gets effectuated. But I'm in favor of adding a condition along the property line that we've outlined, that there
It's
be
not,
some
it's not the
landscape.
property line.
Or
It's a
no,
setback
along
line.
the line.
Yeah.
That there be some landscaping, and that we grant a variance, you know, sua sponte for 8 feet height, living fence / landscape. And if it's a tree, obviously you can go higher than that. He doesn't need relief from us for the tree. You know what I'm saying? It's not a hedge, but it's sufficient. We
bushes,
can figure
but-
out how to articulate.
Want to
like
sec,
the hedges probably protect better and see what's supposed to.
want to second that motion, anyone?
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed, any abstention? Cases 124, 1 through 125, I'm sorry, 125, 126, and 127 of 2024. Do we have?
I apologize, did we get the secret determination on the
No,
last one?
we did not.
No,
Kanyanya.
I don't think I made an actual motion. I will move it. It relates to case 124 of 2024, affecting the property at 275 Locust Street in West Hempstead, that the board adopted a negative declaration of
Second.
determination.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Now cases 125, 126, and 127 of 2024. Do I have any discussion, any further discussion, any final discussion? If not, do I have a motion?
I move that case 125 of 2024, 126, and 127 of 2024 be granted with conditions, the usual subdivision conditions on 125, and that 126, 127 be granted the usual 288 conditions in a subdivision grants, access remain open and so on.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed, any abstentions? Case 128 of 2024 has been adjourned to 3/27 of 2024 at 2 p.m. Case 129 of 2024 has been adjourned to April 17th of 2024 at 11 a.m. Cases 318 and 319 of 2023 have been adjourned to May 1st, 2024 at 2 p.m. And case 788 of 2023 has been adjourned to March 13th of 2024.
At 2 p.m.
Do I have a,
What's that?
I said the kid did a good job.
Thank you so much.
don't apologize.
Bye. Good night.
Bye-bye.
Good night. What do we have left on reserve?
Just, I actually had gotten this, I think from the last time we talked to discuss this. Fees, it deals with fees 39 and 40. So that's the non-conforming. So they have to comply with that non-conforming status. And that basically appears to be the relief that they're seeking.
So wait,
So there was an amended non-conforming.
Carry
This is
on.
on this one.
okay, yeah, I'm just trying to think if that seems circular.
An amended non-conforming.
Because, so, there was either,
Non-conforming.
the original one said that they had to comply with a certain condition, which they did not want to do.
And
So-
this is when I asked you to call.
Yes,
police.
and I spoke to her, and new non-conformings were issued that they either had to elevate the house or get a permit for sanding damage.
Okay, because that's what I was asking in the thing.
Yes. And so that's what's there. So if you look at the conditions of the non-conforming, it appears to match up with the conditions sought.
So, wait, so they were authorized, they originally asked to be a non-conforming structure legally, and they were given a set of conditions that they needed to comply with in order to have that go into full effect.
Correct.
And then they asked to revamp the house. This is the one with the three.
This is a maintain. So the conditions appear to be the relief that's being sought.
Right, but I'm still trying to think. So they never effectuated their non-conforming, right? And now they're before us. I'm just so confused about what that does to non.
Apparently, if they comply with those conditions, they can keep the non-conforming
They can keep the
status.
non-conforming.
But how do they comply, for example, with getting the C of O for the 2015?
So, or alternatively, they have to get a permit for the sanding damage.
But have they,
That
well, I
would
mean,
be-
I guess,
That could be a condition.
well, when I asked him about it, they were seemingly making the first floor a sandy level, right?
Then they were gonna elevate the home.
No, I think they were just taking the living space. Is this the one with the 312 pitch?
I don't, this is, what I remember about this one, this is the 20 by 100 lot.
Yeah, oh,
That's the 20 by 100 lot.
not the one that was for us today. I'm confusing.
No, this is on reserve. This was the 20 by 100.
It's like 59% lot area.
Correct.
What was it as a non-conforming?
But that's right, that's how we started this. Back then, we were asking, yeah. Now, I'm coming back to me.
If the non-conforming was based upon 59%, whatever number it is, lot area.
It wasn't, there were additions. That's why I first got
And that's,
bothered by it back then. I'm starting to
and
remember.
that's why I believe the amended,
So what did Becky say about the case in general? Let me rephrase that. This is the one that I asked Becky how she What does she think? We should just get it short?
I'll contact her again.
No, no, you don't have to.
I'll contact her again, I'll shoot her an email.
No, it's okay.
It's fine, it's fine, it's
I
fine.
just don't know what we should do.
Hold it.
So I'll
That's what we're gonna do.
No, you don't have to, Christina.
I got it. I have
I wasn't trying to make more work for you.
I'm gonna have 2 weeks now.
I'm just trying to figure, I feel like I should know more about these. I fully get the non-conforming.
Christine's gonna find out.
It's from my wife.
If the board denies the variances, what would happen?
They would lose, the non-conforming status.
Well, I asked the
That's my
question,
understanding,
because that's the common
This
joke.
application to non-conforming one family is hereby granted subject to the following conditions. So, obtain a permit for the repairs for Sandy.
Yeah.
Obtain building permit for the front wood porch. Okay.
Okay, so that would
I
be
get what
board
you're saying.
action.
I get that that's just, they're asking
Yeah.
for the relief to do that.
Wait, what else?
It's, obtain a permit for the rear addition, obtain a permit for the rear deck, obtain a permit for the shed, which,
See, the rear addition causes an increase in lot area occupied from the non-conforming and the shed.
When is
But I
she
think the thing
says
that
back.
confuses me is usually if someone has something that has non-conforming status, we don't pass on it, you know what I'm saying? So it's like,
I wouldn't know
I
how
feel
to
like it's
open
circular, like we're being asked to grant these things so they can do them, so that they can go back and say we're non-conforming, we don't have to comply with it. It feels so, that's what, I just guess I don't really understand it.
no, I think that's exactly it.
But then the question is, okay, let's assume that's what it is. What should we do? The house is there.
And that's the thing, this is a lot where you put a milk crate and the lot area occupied.
Yeah.
So it's a 20 by 100.
And she said,
If we deny this, they'll have to remove that rear addition, they'll have to remove the rear deck and the shed. The front,
and bring it into FEMA compliance.
yeah, which they might have to do anyway, because the non-conforming has to elevate the place, it's gonna fall apart.
There was an alternative, wasn't there?
Yeah, the alternative is that if they get a repair for sandy damage, a permit for the repairs.
That would also need the board's action to allow lot area
Not
occupied.
I knew she'd say that.
They put on a rear addition in the deck, which blew out the original non-conforming, and it created additional increase in lot area occupied. They put a front porch on, which is not what originally came with the house, and that increased lot area occupied. And they put a shed in the back, so those three items, the front, the rear, and the shed, if they get denied by the board, then they would restore exactly what was built in 1929.
I mean, I feel like it cuts two ways, like Christine said. There's no other 20 by whatever it is anywhere near. So on one hand, there's not really any danger of, except if someone wants to subdivide to 40. But on one hand, there's not a lot of precedential problems from it. On the flip side, it is really,
It's a big lift. We can save it until next time.
I'm inclined to deny the case.
What are you gonna do, make him tear down 3/4 of what he has there?
You know, they bought the place and they constructed without benefit of permit. And now it's a reward, and it's a big impact and imposition on the community.
did he?
Was there opposition?
No? I don't think so.
There wasn't.
I said imposition.
No, no, I got it, I got it.
But he, did he?
But
own-
everything down there is, you know,
You know, John, if your neighbor came in with something that might be a little bit offensive, you'd stay home. You're not the type of guy that would complain about it.
No.
Neither would I. I don't think any one of us would do that.
depends on which neighbor.
I get it.
It's probably my son, but I
But
can't go.
you know, I think people by nature, they living next door to each other, they don't come in and complain.
All right, so here's the road that I'd like to go down, because, you know, I've always been accused of being very small-minded. And I'm inclined to punish people who do
I
things like that.
thought you were gonna say, so I'd like to prove it.
No, no. So, the objection that I have to doing that is nobody gives a shit anyway. You pardon my language, but remember the 5-foot,
Oh,
fo-
whatever happened
5-foot
with
front
that?
yard? Anybody do anything about that? But,
We deny it.
so, let's deny it, and nobody will do anything about it, and they'll live happily ever after, the same way everybody else does. And some poor lawyer will come in and think that this is done as a matter of right, and they'll sell the house, and the lawyer will get it up the boom if the client finds out about it. That's my problem, because nobody's gonna read the record. Nobody. There's not one lawyer I know who's gonna read that record.
I mean, I do
On a
think
prior
also,
denial.
even
They
though
won't.
there's no other property that size, they still will put that
So wait a minute.
52%.
So if we deny it, they don't get a,
They have an alternate.
they don't get a CO, and they don't, and what about the letter in lieu? They don't get that either.
Well, they can get
Can't
a
get
CO by
that.
taking out the additions probably and
Okay.
going back to their.
So go ahead, make your motion.
Also-
Because I'm inclined to agree with you.
Yeah.
Based solely upon the fact
The-
that I don't like to reward people who do things without permits.
Also, it is true that even though
But we're
there's no
not
other
supposed to
small
take
one,
that into account, right? We're not supposed to take it
but
into
we also don't
account.
want to grant
What
that
we take into
percentage.
account is to assume that it's not there, and we listen to testimony and make a decision. If that were not there, would we grant that?
No, not that percentage.
Okay,
So it's
so,
justified in.
so make a motion.
I just have a question. Instead of, this is kind of like the other side, not necessarily
Yeah,
do I agree with
got
you,
it.
but what if we had them like take off a deck or two decks and get rid of the shed?
Then they're in compliance, essentially,
Well,
right?
what we would do.
What
then-
else? They don't have to raise the house.
Well, I
They have to
think
get a
they
CO.
have to bring it into FEMA compliance. I think the way we do it is just deny it, and then they always come back and go out.
They'd have to repair the Sandy damage.
No, I was just asking, not that I agree with what I said.
Wasn't it desolate down there? I think that's, cause of reaction, will cause it to be denied, and they'll come back. Something like that.
Oh, it's a skull.
Yeah.
It's the skull zone,
And what else can they do?
What did you
It's
call
like
it?
the skull zone.
20-foot long, like it's
East Rockaway. It's like
I move that case 39 and 40 in Near East Rockaway, Michael Mawini, at 5 Cook Street, that case be denied.
Everything. You probably should go see if.
Go ahead, help me out with
we-
this.
If we deny lot area occupied.
Yeah.
front
So,
yard average setback is the illegal front porch, did he go?
yes. Right, Christina?
She doesn't remember off the top.
Okay.
Just do it all.
Sorry, John.
You deny it.
Maintain addition, so you're gonna deny the addition.
Yes,
Right? You're gonna deny the decks,
yes.
all right?
And the shed.
You're gonna deny the shed. I guess
Well,
you
that's pretty
deny
much
that.
it. Yeah.
Yes, deny the whole thing. That's my motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. I hope the guy doesn't have a gun.
Jeez.
So, everything is correct?
Nice one.
No,
No,
people have been shot for less.
yeah, did I show you
Where
what
did
they
you
did
make
at
the
the
motion?
parade?
Come on now, come on.
Jeez.
Is there anything else?
Budget extensions, time?
Give it to Pellegrini,
Three.
the extension of.
I am. Oh, this is an interesting, St. Michael's Home Incorporated. Is this the one in Uniondale? Board granted the case 9/10/2014. It's a use, and they want a complete construction. And let's see if they submitted any photos. St. Michael's Home, work in progress. Complete, see letter of explanation. They need to, this is stupid. We are continuing with interior framing in all interior spaces along with rough plumbing, electrical, fire alarm, sprinkler, HVAC. Do we know whether or not this is in use at this point? We don't. I think, after initial commencement of construction, the shutdown work to mandated during the COVID pandemic, but the project will continue the whole week. When the site was reopened for work, our progress was curtailed. So it's not working, it's not occupied yet.
Covenants were received, and they're being recorded.
Okay. For this one I was doing is St. Michael's. I think that's okay, because it's not in use. So we have a case, St. Michael's Home. It's a home for the elderly. We could get a reservation. It's in Uniondale on, they need to complete construction. It's interior stuff. It's not occupied at this point. They need to complete electrical work and alarm system. It was granted in 2014. Have there been any other requests?
Which one is it? Is it a church?
Almost. It's a home.
Home for the elderly.
Home for the elderly.
Alphonse Pellegrini,
There you go.
They don't have the electrical.
No, they got shut down during COVID. It's probably a not-for-profit, and the current grant for extension of time expires 2/19/24. I would grant this another 6 months or a year.
give him a year.
Yes, sir.
It's been 10 years since.
What's another year? So grant them 1-year extension of time. We have MSJ Homes Incorporated. They needed to file covenants. It was granted 7/26/23. They did file the covenants. They were received, and they are in the process of being recorded, but they didn't ask, so
So is it for picking up the permit?
yes. Grant 6 months.
We have two expedite requests going back to the one that was denied last week for the natatorium.
For the what?
Natatorium,
Oh,
is that what
the
it's
cover
called?
over the.
Cover over the
swimming pool.
pool, so she can swim year-round.
Because it might help her.
Right.
Oh, yeah.
Might benefit her to have physical therapy year-round. But it was denied last week, but so they're requesting a reconsideration.
The case was denied.
No, the request for
The request to
expedite.
expedite was
Oh,
denied.
request for expedite was denied.
But they sent an email to respectfully request reconsideration.
It's
Because
been,
to expedite, just same reason.
it was filed in 2022.
Okay, so what do you mean it was filed in 2022? Oh, you mean they
In the-
filed the application that
Yeah.
long?
And
It's not that much of an
a motion to close the meeting.
Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed, any abstentions?